We're here to discuss one of the most iconic movies in cinema history. Again, we're going to be saying that a lot over the next few weeks.
We are indeed. And this is We Know Kino. We found a name for the podcast.
We got a name.
Finally landed on a name, which I like it. I really do.
Yep.
I think it like flows off nicely now. It's really good.
It's real good. And this week, what are we discussing, Bex?
We are going to be talking about The Shining, my all-time favorite horror movie ever, and probably in my top 4 movies of all time. That's
For the high praise.
yeah, it's definitely up there.
Yeah.
I really I mix my tops every once in a while, but I think The Shining has never fallen out of it. It's always been up there as one of the tops.
I adore this movie.
Yeah.
I didn't at first. When I first saw it, I was like, this is very good, but it's definitely not my top. But the more I've watched it, the better it's gone.
I was kind of worried that you weren't going to like it. I was waiting for like one of you to be like, no, I actually don't really like this anymore as much as I remembered. I was like, no.
Shall I get into like my personal history with it? Shall we each get into our personal history with movies?
Yeah. Go on, take on.
Okay. I watched this movie for the first time in 2018. So like, what's that, 6 years ago or something? I was working at the museum and one of my friends was like, oh, you've got to go see this new movie. Steven Spielberg, Ready Player One. I read the book. It's amazing. Right? So I go watch Ready Player One. And it was the most dog shit movie I've ever seen. Right? It's so bad. And that movie has like all of the Warner Bros. Different IPs in it, you know, because it takes place in the metaverse. And as I was walking out the movie, there was like this couple in front of me, and I heard the guy say to the woman, he goes, imagine if that was somebody's first introduction to The Shining. How awful would that be?
Oh, fucking terrible.
And that was me. I was like, oh no.
You just felt I was not ready for that. I genuinely was not ready for your history to be so
I went home and I was like, I'm going to educate myself. And that's what I did. That's my history with it anyway.
Well, Steve, where did you get The Shining first?
On a similar kind of story, I remember I was around visiting my mum for tea. And I remember her like asking me if I'd watched any good movies recently. Now this was probably about 10 years ago, and she was singing like praise about Jack Nicholson. He was one of her favorite actors, and I remember her telling me you should go and watch this movie. She recommended The Shining to me, but on my travels home, I completely forgot what the name of the movie was. I don't know how I forgot 2 simple words. So I went onto Google and I Googled Jack Nicholson, like crazy guy movie. Google gave me One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. So I sat and I spent my evening watching that movie, only to tell her the next day, oh yeah, that movie was kind of good, but I don't remember. I don't remember a lot of scenes you described in it to me. And she goes, what did you watch? I said One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. That's the movie you said. And she goes, you fucking moron. I said The Shining. So I went back the next day. I went home that evening again, watched it, and I was like, oh, I see now. This is very fucking good.
Jack Nicholson crazy guy movie. If you Google that, that's a lot of movies.
Yeah. You could literally get an entire catalogue of just Jack Nicholson being crazy in movies.
So I took a shot in the dark, and I missed the landing the first time. Got it the second time.
A lot of those movies though are probably pretty good, pretty kino.
A lot of Jack Nicholson is really, really good. I think he's very, very good.
He is.
My history is like Seb's. It comes kind of from a funny little area. When I was growing up, my dad was always like a big horror fan, but I was a big Simpsons fan growing up. There's your teaser where this is coming from. Yeah. So one day we're sitting down watching the Treehouse of Horror episode 5. I think I have it. Yeah, episode 5, and with the parody of The Simpsons doing The Shining with Homer with the "Give me the bat, Marge, give me the bat," boop, boop, boop. And every part of that bit just sticks with me. So I'm like, I remember asking my dad. I was like, way down the line. I was like, remember that one episode of The Simpsons? It was before I really got into horror myself. I was like, that one episode of The Simpsons that I really love, what is it? And he was just like, go watch The Shining. You'll enjoy it. You'll really enjoy it. And like, my dad is big into horror. He's tattoos of Pinhead on his leg. I think he's a Chucky tattoo. He's big into it. And I remember watching The Shining and just being like, Dad, you've literally showed me gold. And it's because of the fucking Simpsons.
Simpsons, the irony. Oh
The
my
Simpsons
god.
episode is so good as well. If you've not seen it, just look it up on YouTube. The Simpsons Treehouse of Horror. It's
I'm
so
going to be
good.
waiting for an episode that we do that hasn't been covered by The Simpsons, you know?
Yeah,
That's true. That is true.
They've definitely done Night of the Living Dead and zombies and stuff like that. So
They've touched on so many things over the years. Excuse me.
Another one of their really good episodes is like the references to 2001: A Space Odyssey. I think there's a really, really good episode where they make a reference to that as well.
everything ever has referenced 2001: A Space Odyssey. This movie that we're about to cover, The Shining, references. I mean, it's the same director, so of course, but like, 2001 is kind of like the beginning of cinema.
2001 is where you get cinema bros and then normal cinema goers. That's it.
That's how you separate.
I didn't say this last time, but we're going to spoil this movie, right?
Yeah, massively.
We're going to go in depth. Bex, you've got a load of notes. Steve was telling me he's got like 16 pages or something, right? Oh, by the way, I'm Seb. I'm with Bex and Steve.
And we Know Kino. That is us. That's our name now. You've been find us everywhere.
We know what?
Twitter.
We know what?
We Know Kino.
Nice.
And we're on Spotify. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitter, X, whatever you call it. If you're
all of
in
it,
that,
leave comments and reviews and all that good stuff.
Let us know.
Everything will be in the description too. All of our links. Go find it right down there.
Shall we embrace the madness? Shall we get into this?
I'm ready to go. Are you ready to go?
Do you want to take charge, Bex? This was your movie choice.
I will run through it because I think, and also before we do get into this, I'm hoping that two of these are going to cut me up because if I keep talking about The Shining, you guys are going to have a 12-hour episode.
I got lots of notes. I've been reading the book as well, so I can maybe chime in there.
Book,
but I've not finished it yet, but I'm like halfway through.
I've read it, but I was kind of hoping you'd take charge because you've read it recently. I'll know about it, and there's a few bits I mentioned, but you've read it more recently, so I really hope that you kind of have more of the actual details because my brain's smoothed.
Yeah, I think we'll stick to the movie more, but it is very interesting whenever there's a movie that's being adapted from a book to see the differences. And
especially when it's a Stephen King book.
Yeah, so Stephen King, I think most adaptations I've seen are pretty bad. But
for the most part.
This one I think is very good, but Stephen King did not. So
no, he didn't like it.
It's quite interesting. Bex?
Right, I'll take over. Right, okay. So I'm going to start it out before we get into talking about the movie. I'm just going to give my little piece. Anybody that's never seen this movie, please check it out. It is not a scary movie. I don't think I think it's the greatest horror movie ever made. I'm putting it on the table. I will say the sentence out loud. I think it's the greatest horror movie ever made. But I don't find it very scary, and I don't think a lot of people will find it very scary. But it's so good. It's just so good. And it's directed by Stanley Kubrick or Kubrick. I've seen so many people pronouncing it differently. My accent says Kubrick.
Yeah.
Every single part of his catalog, bar maybe one or two movies, is also amazing. So I genuinely checked this movie out. It is very, very good.
My favorite movie ever, 2001: A Space Odyssey, Stanley Kubrick. Your favorite movie ever, The Shining, Stanley Kubrick. Yeah.
Like he has such an impact, and trust me, later on we're going to get into Stanley Kubrick. I have a lot to say about that man when it comes to this movie in particular. But overall, without talking about what he does when he made this movie, his entire catalog of movies are A to S tier. Maybe one or two goes under that. And it's like you can't not enjoy his movies, even though you know what he's done in this, because it's to a perfection. Every single thing he does in this movie, it has to be perfected.
It's 200 IQ genius, this guy.
It is, yeah. It's so good. Like, what do you guys think of this as? I'm trying to think how to ask the question. How do you think it is as an overall movie in horror? Do you guys put it up as one of the best in horror? Or do you kind of think it's just a good horror movie?
It's one of the best. But like it's a horror in not in the traditional sense, and we'll get into that very, very soon.
This is a Kubrick movie first and foremost, right?
Yeah.
And there's the scariness to me researching this. Like, we are not even going to scratch the surface, but the more you look at this movie, the more you see, and you could go nuts just repeating yourself like Jack, just looking into the movie and looking at every fucking scene. I watched this movie when you said we were going to watch The Shining last week, and every day since then, all I have been thinking about is The Shining. And I have watched commentaries and I have watched reviews, and documentaries of people who have spent their entire lives working on this movie. And I'm worried that, I would be worried that would happen to me if we didn't have to move on to another movie next week. So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
By any chance, I'm not going to jump straight into it, but did you get to check out Kubrick's daughter's documentary?
No.
After doing this podcast, I'd actually recommend both of you check it out. You get to see an awful lot of what he was like.
Okay.
Through that documentary. She shot it was a making of kind of documentary that turned into. It was very hard to watch some of the bits that's in it. It's rough.
Okay.
Which will lead me into teasing it. There's a point in the movie where I'm going to fully cut us out and I'm going to talk about the Shelley Duvall situation. But before we get into it, I am going to mention it that Stanley Kubrick treated Shelley Duvall like absolute fucking shit in this movie.
Oh, it's well documented.
Really, really bad. And I don't know how the movie is as popular as it is because of the recency of us all finding out. Everybody knows what happened on that. Everybody has talked about it. And then there was a documentary, probably during COVID, it might have been before COVID, where Shelley Duvall herself was interviewed and talked about. I don't know how anybody still enjoys this film to the point, to introduce people to the movie. I don't know how anybody can go in and be
you make a good point.
I know.
In art school, back in art school, there was always this conversation about separating the art from the artist.
Yep.
And the value of a piece of art isn't what the artist is putting in it; it's what the viewer takes out of it.
Takes away from it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this movie is so well made, and that anybody who looks into it can find something completely different. I think that's why it stands the test of time, and you can look at the director and acknowledge that he's a piece of shit and that he was abusive in the way that he worked, his cast and crew, but the outcome really is just one of the maybe one of the best pieces of cinema I've seen. So that the art speaks for itself. Right, the art speaks for itself.
I think, especially with The Shining, I'm kissing its ass a lot. I think compared to a lot of other horror movies, this stands alone as just a film, as a movie. It's bigger than your Hellraisers and your Nightmare on Elm Streets and even the modern ones like Get Out and Hereditary, where everybody hypes them up. This, as its own, is just such a beautiful film that it stands out as just a movie. Not just, this is a great horror movie. This is just a great movie overall. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I watched this movie. I sat down with my mum and we watched it together, and she won't watch any horror movies, but as I said earlier, this is a Kubrick movie before it's a horror movie, I
think this is the movie I've showed the most to anybody, to be honest. Anybody that's in my life, if I've had ex-girlfriends or friends or anything, it's we're sitting down and we're watching The Shining, and I'm going to see what you think of The Shining.
I think for me it's probably Star Wars, but we'll move to that.
Which Star Wars though? Right, if you right now, not to get deep into Star Wars, if you pick one Star Wars,
I always ask people, I'm like, hey, where do we start? We start The Phantom Menace, we start A New Hope. Where are we going? And
what do you prefer to do?
I prefer starting at the beginning. Oh, boy, that's something else, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which beginning?
Let's get away from this. We're doing The Shining, the lake shot, the foreboding music.
Yes.
Right. I have one of the best Easter eggs for the opening of this movie for us as streamers of a particular game. Right?
Okay.
Right. So the opening shot of this movie, we're getting into talking the points of the movie now, so I'm going to get rambly and it's going to get crazy. But opening shot of this movie, we've got a car, the yellow car driving down the windy road. Roadhouse. We're down the windy road, right? The music's starting to play, and the music. This clicked with me. I was sitting in the cinema one time, myself, my brother, we were going to see some movie, and the Dr. Sleep trailer played, and the Shining music started to play, and I turned to my brother and goes, that sounds like DVD music. Right? So when I came home out of that movie, I looked everything up. I remember this so vividly. I looked it up to be like, right, there has to be some kind of connection. A musical number from the 13th century called Dies Irae. It's spelled Dies, Irae.
Dies Irae.
Yeah, that's how you pronounce it. that is sampling both DBD and The Shining's theme music, and it's the exact same beat for beat the whole way through. So both DBD's theme song and The Shining's theme song both sample the same song.
Do you know what that means in Latin?
Crazy.
I have no idea.
No.
It means Day of Wrath.
Oh,
and it's a Latin funeral melody.
Oh,
so right from the first note, we are foreshadowing what is about to happen.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even think to look that up. I was just like, this is just the name of the song. I didn't even think to look it up.
I'm glad that we both, because the Dead by Daylight thing, I was watching it. So we streamed Dead by Daylight. Everybody go check us out on Twitch. The Dead by Daylight thing, I heard it and I was like, that's DVD. No fucking way. Of course it's DVD. One of my favorite podcasts ever, the last podcast on the left, they use the outro song for this movie as their outro song, or at least they used to, but we're not anymore. So I have this connection where I've seen this podcast live and I've listened to them so many times, and I play Dead by Daylight, and without knowing, The Shining was affecting my life. It was there.
That's insane. Calling behavior out on the podcast right now to finally give me my Shining DLC. Yeah, thank you very much. I want my Overlook Hotel. I want Jack.
Oh my God, Danny, they should.
Please. I've been saying this since Halloween dropped into DVD. I want The Shining. Please. But Stephen King's really tight when it comes to media, just not movies.
Also, would you want Jack Torrance with an axe running about, or would that turn into the Ready Player One?
Oh God.
Do you know what I mean?
I get what you mean, but I'd take it. I genuinely, he could be the most basic killer possible. I don't care. Just put it in.
I think we're going to get something really similar because, all right. In fact, we will get back to Jack Torrance with an axe. We'll get to that when we get to it. To get back on track to the beginning of the movie. Just before you go on, Bex, I just want to say that we just watched Night of the Living Dead last week. Go check it out.
Yeah.
It's the shots of the car going down these bendy roads.
Yep.
I had it right here as well.
No way. That's awesome.
It is like very similar openings for both the movies. It's so good. It's so good.
That's so cool. It's so cool.
Do any of you know the composer behind the score of this movie?
I forgot completely to look it up.
Yeah, I meant to look it up.
Oh. Yeah, I completely forgot. I thought Steve was coming in with this is who he is, and this is what he did.
Me too. We've not discussed what we've looked up, guys. Before any of these, we haven't discussed
we just go in with our notes.
Our notes at all with each other, because
we kind of just slam it on the table and see what's left out of everybody else's points.
Yeah.
I have another cool fact about the opening. We're not even seconds into the movie here, but I've got another cool fact.
We're on the title card.
Have you guys seen the movie Blade Runner?
Yeah.
Yes.
I love Blade Runner for 2069. You know, the sequel. Yeah. That's one of the best movies. That's so hype. I didn't think too much of the original Blade Runner, but I think that's because I was kind of forced to watch it in art school a lot. One of my tutors was obsessed with it, and she'd watch it like 5 times a day and try and get new things out of it constantly, right? So when they screened Blade Runner, people were like upset at the sad ending. So Ridley Scott needed a happy ending where they escape off into the mountains together. You know, Harrison Ford and the android. He didn't have any images of like these open air shots of the mountains or a car going through the mountains. So he phoned up Stanley Kubrick and he was like, hey, do you have any B-roll that I could use that you didn't use for The Shining? So the ending of Blade Runner is the beginning of The Shining.
Oh,
Harrison Ford rocks up to the Overlook Hotel.
Right?
That's crazy.
That's pretty wild. Okay. All right.
Before I get back into it, shout out to everybody in my community for dealing with me loving Blade Runner to an obsession. Thank you. It's ridiculous. I love both those movies. My life is Blade Runner. I love it. But back to the movie. I just had to give Blade Runner its show.
The amount of digressing we have, it's because we're so excited, guys. We're so excited to be here.
Wendy Carlos and just popping in here with Wendy Carlos and Rachel Elkind were credited with the musical score in The Shining. I don't know how accurate it is now, because apparently they were commissioned by Stanley Kubrick, but very little of what they actually produced made it into his final cut. But I don't see any other names here. So if I didn't
That's
miss,
very like Stanley, though. He
Yeah.
will get you to do a million takes and just use one. So
yeah,
I really love synth music and stuff as well, and I really like the music in this. Like synth music in anything, I really enjoy, and I really like how absolutely frantic it gets in this movie too. It's crazy.
how did during the opening scene that we're watching the car drive through the windy roads along the kind of like the St. Mary Lake, obviously a real place in the United States. I think it's in Oregon, I believe. How did that score make you both feel, like, just listening to it? Like, what was your kind of like, what kind of like emotion that did that invoke from you?
I think at the beginning, I think it straight up sets a tone that you're going in for something crazy. Like you're driving and there's this loud. Best way I can explain like half the music in this is there's a screeching sound that just digs into you, and it starts straight from this like title screen of the car driving in.
It
really does. It gets right into your ear,
and I think that's very emblematic of what the movie is about. You know, the demons getting the better of you, you know, or your inner demons scratching their way out of you, you know, into the real world.
What have we mentioned? Oregon was the spot for the Overlook Hotel. Yeah. Steve, you mentioned it there. I have it written here because I don't know where I got this from, but it's written as like I had it written on notes from something I had done before, that all of the wide shots of the hotel are done in Oregon, but if there's any close-ups in this movie, it was all done in the UK somewhere. There's not a single room in that hotel that looks like it does in the movie. It was all sets built. Like that hotel doesn't exist. If you go to wherever that hotel is in Oregon, it doesn't look like The Shining. None of the rooms are laid out. Even the lobby, where we'll see a lot of the typewriting scenes, none of that even exists.
Yeah, he famously hated flying, so he would do it as little as possible. They use it's the Timberline Lodge Hotel in Clackamas Country, Oregon. To film the exterior shots.
Sorry, the lake was in Montana. I got that trivia piece wrong. The lake was in Montana, and then the Timberline Lodge for the exterior shots was in Oregon.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild to, like, you wouldn't know. I just thought they filmed it. They shot it outside. They filmed it in the hotel.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. If you didn't look into it, you wouldn't have a clue. There's not a single part of it that points out as like, oh, that's a set, or like it doesn't look like that would be it.
The actual hotel was in like Colorado, right? Am I right in thinking that? Stephen King went to go get influence and inspiration, and then he decided to write the story in the hotel he was staying at?
Yeah. I'd love to know what his experience that night in that hotel was to make that story. Did he have something weird happen in there?
Cocaine, right?
Cocaine and whiskey.
Loads of cocaine.
Cocaine and whiskey. Yeah.
Right. We do eventually get inside of the hotel, and I love the look of the hotel. I love all the colors of it. I love it. It's very vibrant. There's so many like reds and oranges and greens, just like very poking out at you in the screen. It's really, really good.
In contrast to last week, where we watched a black and white movie that's called Night of the Living Dead, that takes place at night. This is a very bright movie.
Very vibrant, very colorful. Like there's just very like the outside of the hotel before we come into the interior. The whole hotel almost blends into the backdrop of the mountains because it's so grey. It's almost like if you were flying over it, like in a plane, it'd be a thing that you'd have to you could miss it if you weren't paying attention. It's just it's dreary, it's grey, but then inside it's popping with colors.
The car driving on the road for ages really shows how remote this hotel is. And Stanley Kubrick is going to do this a lot when he shows the internal shots. It's like repetitive imagery of like people moving around the hotel until you almost have this idea of where everything is in your head. What really stood out to me before even entering into the hotel is you see the shot of the hotel and there are clouds right on top of it. You know, this is how high up we are.
You're high up side of the mountain there. Like it's.
If you've ever, I don't know if you've ever been like, climbing, but like, it's hard to breathe when you're up that high. Yeah, and that's what this movie's going to feel like as well. At certain points,
you just feel after if you made that drive, it's just the feeling of isolation, like being so far away from like probably the nearest town, village, city, you know.
So Jack is going to get interviewed
We're going to be introduced to Jack.
There's
Yeah.
a point I want to make. I'm going to be like this the entire episode. I'm so sorry to everybody.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
As Jack's walking in to the room where he's going to be interviewed by Mr. Ullman, right?
Yeah.
There's a window right behind Mr. Ullman's desk. Yeah. But as Jack's walking into that room, we see a bunch of people to the right of him, on the right of that room, that are walking into a room that would be behind Dr. Ullman's office.
Yeah.
But that can't physically be possible because the window shows outside.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I'm not getting into this rabbit hole in the podcast because I could literally go for an hour on this. But
I know.
I think it's on purpose by Stanley Kubrick.
Bradley Cooper. Yeah.
By Kubrick to like, it messes with your head. It gets you thinking like, what is the hotel trying to do to Jack right from the get-go?
Right from the
start. What I mean?
You could look at any. So this happens a lot, right? There are a lot of things that don't make sense, and if it was from a lesser director, you could definitely say, "Oh, continuity error," right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can say that here.
Do you think the internet gives Kubrick a pass, though, or do you think he purposely did all this?
I think he knew with how much it's been kind of documented over the years what the insane perfectionist he was.
When we get to a certain room in the hotel, I've got some conspiracy stuff written down here, and we're gonna get into that. But I also we'll get into how ridiculous it could also be just diving too deep into these things. So I think this one is on purpose, though. The first time I ever watched this movie, I thought there's something not right there, right?
Yeah. Like the minute you walk in, it's just instantly in your face that it's instantly a bit weird. And I do the cliche line of the second that he walks into Dr. Ullman's office, you kind of get the vibe that the hotel itself is a character. Like, do you get what I mean when I say that? It's like, it already feels like it's alive. And I think I have to give a shout out to Mike Flanagan's Dr. Sleep. That movie, when it gets into its final act, does massive steps in helping people realize what the hotel was actually doing in The Shining as well.
Dr. Sleep, is that the sequel?
Yeah. Have you, neither of you seen it?
No.
I've not seen it, no.
100% after this, I'd recommend it as well.
Okay.
It's not Shining level of top quality. It's a little bit weaker than it is, but the final act does massive steps for just holding people's hands to be like, this is really what the hotel was doing. This is kind of why it was happening. It does massive steps for that.
Okay.
Where do we go from here?
Where are we now?
Interview?
Yeah. Yep.
We get into our interview with Jack talking to Mr. Ullman, who brings in Bill Watson, who is the most useless character to exist in this entire movie. He comes in just to notice that Jack is here. He's like, oh, cool, he's here. He's getting his interview. And he doesn't do a thing. I don't know why they needed him in the room. I don't know if he was like a higher up at the hotel at the time or what it was. I have no idea.
Right. What is the interview? Yeah, tell us a bit about what happened with Jack's interview with Steve Coleman.
So we get a whole lot of information in the interview of why he's come to the hotel. He was a teacher who decided he wanted to start writing a play, which I don't think the movie says it's a play, but I think the book mentioned that it's a play.
He's trying to write a play in the book.
So he's kind of looking for a change, and he thinks that the hotel is going to be this perfectly secluded area where he's just going to be able to sit down for weeks and weeks on end and just get writing his play. He is being hired to do caretaking, but nobody's there. Like, nobody's going to be there for the 5 months. So caretaking is literally just going to be cleaning up after himself, Wendy, Danny, that we'll meet in a little bit.
The idea is that, like, because it freezes over, he needs to be there to heat up certain parts of the hotel so they don't get damaged from the frost. He needs to set mouse traps so they can get rid of any infestations. He needs to just tidy up the place before the big opening season.
They reopen in the summer.
This sounds, I don't know if, this is like post-pandemic where I reckon I could easily go stay up in the mountains in a fancy hotel for 6 months and not lose my mind.
Yeah.
In fact, that sounds very nice to me.
Very tempting, yeah.
Yeah, right? I would do it in a heartbeat. If somebody offered me this is a job, I'd be like, okay, and I'm gonna focus on my writing. I'm just gonna do my own thing. Now we have the internet, but even back in the 80s, I probably would have done this as well.
I think I'd have found it easier in the 80s, because now it's like if I'm gone somewhere secluded, I'm not on my phone, I'm not checking stuff. I'm like, oh my god, missing out on what everybody's doing.
That's a fair point. Yeah.
If it was the 80s and I had if I was out writing in a place like this, I'd be like, great, fantastic, 5 months of out here writing. Now it's like, oh, I can't check my Instagram or my Twitter or go on Twitch and see what everybody's doing. I'd be FOMOing to death out there.
Would you both still accept that offer if you're told what Jack is about to be told in this next section? Oh, okay.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Yes. Seb's like, I'm all in. I'm all in. I'm down.
I've told you guys before. I worked in a museum and I did loads of different jobs there. One of my jobs was security, so I'd have to be there by myself in the dark with my flashlight. You know, I'm Ben Stiller or whatever.
Night the museum.
Lots of sus things happened at the museum. There were like literally like tunnels full of skeletons that I'd have to go down and make sure were secure. Like this is my vibe right here, guys.
This is higher level though. This is it just happened before Jack shows up at the hotel.
Oh, was it? Was it just before that? Yeah,
it was the previous caretaker.
Yeah,
right?
Grady was the last caretaker.
So the previous caretaker at the hotel had.
How's Grady was his name? Yeah,
there's two Gradys. We'll get into that.
Yeah.
Take a shot every time I say we'll get into that, or one of us says that.
Also, take a shot when you hear Steve's page's turn.
But yeah, he's told of this horrible massacre that took place at the hotel by the previous caretaker, who'd had a little bit of cabin fever, maybe lost his mind a little bit. Maybe
that's what Ullman kind of puts it down to. Yeah.
Do you guys?
There's a line in it that really sticks with me. The part where he goes, after he told everybody that, or told Jack that he'd killed his family, he's like, he stacked them neatly in one of the rooms in the west wing and put both barrels of a shotgun in his mouth. It just sticks with me that they know every little bit of what was after happening as well.
Powerful.
Oh man.
The book goes into, I don't know if you want me to get into it here, but the book goes into why Jack is taking this offer. So we don't really get too much of an explanation in the movie of why somebody would take this job offer. So the book begins, opening chapter is the interview, but then it goes back to him and his family's past. And in the movie, Jack he's kind of always a piece of shit, right? He's kind of always an abusive asshole. He's a bit more nuanced in the book. But he always struggled with anger issues.
Right.
So he was an alcoholic from before they got to the hotel.
Yes.
He had, so he used to be a teacher, an English teacher. They say that in the movie. And the reason why he's not an English teacher anymore is because one of his students slashed the tires of his car and he beat the shit out of him.
Oh.
In an angry rage. He also is a bit hazy. He may have, it was like, I think it was his friend driving a car was involved in a hit and run incident.
Yeah.
And they say that they're looking, they look for the body and they, it's not there. But I think that's maybe because they disposed of the body. So they were maybe involved in a murder even before
they got to the hotel.
We get to the hotel, The
movie doesn't do enough with that, I think. They should have really teased a little bit.
I don't feel like the movie
it
needs to.
Right. Because I think Nicholson's performance, even from the from his first introduction here, he's so nonchalant, right? When he's been interviewed by Ullman, or he's been kind of like ran through the do's and like don'ts. There's one point I just want to stick with both of you when Stuart Ullman is telling him the tragedy about Charles Grady. Remember this point where Jack says he did not actually previously hear of this story. Just remember that point, because that will come up. Okay. That will come up a little bit. Come up a little bit later.
Right.
He's very nonchalant about it, and he's just like, "Oh, I did not hear that story," sort of thing. But Jack gives that. He's so nonchalant about hearing. He's kind of like he's charismatic. He's kind of like he's all smiled. He's all kind of like deadhead stare during this interview, and he's just all very nonchalant when he's been told that the prior caretaker here literally murdered his 2 daughters and his wife and then himself.
That's true. Yeah, he's not like, oh my god. He's just like, okay, that happened.
He just keeps smiling, and he's like, yeah, he's going to let his wife know about the story and stuff. He's casual about it.
Well, in the book, yeah, he's going to this place is almost like a retreat to get away from his bad past, and this is a new start for him, a place where he can reset. That's the hope, anyway. He's still a piece of shit in the book, as I've just explained. And we're about to see how he's even more of a piece of shit. We'll get into that.
Right. While our interview is happening, we then are getting introduced to 2 of our other characters, which is Danny and Wendy, Jack's wife and son. It's here where we finally get to meet Tony as well, which is Danny's imaginary friend. I have a really big question that I have to ask because everybody talks about. Do you guys find Danny and Tony annoying, or do you actually just kind of enjoy it?
No, I don't find. I didn't find them in the most recent viewing. I didn't find. There's one scene with Danny that I just find completely just wild. But other than that, I don't. No, it's the childlike innocence of, he's young, he's probably impressionable. Again, he spends all of his time around that we see in the movie around both of his parents, or like primarily his mum. He's probably not got a whole lot, of like other people to interact with. So hence the need for an imaginary friend. Yeah. So yeah, no, I don't find Danny or Tony they're kind of like impact on this movie annoying.
The first time I watched this movie, I was like, this sucks. What is this? He's talking to his finger, and he's doing a weird little voice.
He's making that voice.
And that's definitely not how I feel anymore. I don't even know why I was so against it back then. But yeah, I didn't like that when I first watched the movie. Coming fresh out of the book, the book definitely has Danny as more of a point of view character. And they all books, they always go into the thoughts of the characters. So when you have a character who in the film is very silent, and he almost like it's a bit hard to read sometimes, but that makes sense for the character, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that, especially on extra watches, since the first watch, where I was like, who is this kid? What is this?
You find him, Beckham? Do you find him?
I thought when I first watched it, I thought he was creepy, but then like when you talk to some people, he's the first thing that comes up where they're like, oh, I really don't like Danny, or I don't like the voice that he does. It's kind of annoying. So I always have to ask people, what did you actually think about Danny? Because that's probably the part of the film where I see most people switching up. It's like, oh, I love it, but Danny's so annoying, or oh, I love Danny, but blah blah blah.
In this next scene, so I watched a version of the movie, and as I'm watching it, I'm like, this is missing some things.
What do you mean?
Well, certain scenes were not in it, so I must have watched a different cut to the previous cut that I'd seen. So I know that at some point in this movie, they get into the fact that the hotel was buried on an old Indian burial ground. The hotel was made. That was not in the cut of the movie that I saw this time.
You're definitely missing something.
Shit.
There's a scene where Wendy is talking to a woman about like what Danny had been through previously. That was not in the cut that I've seen.
That's a big bit to miss too.
Yeah. So if you guys could fill me in.
I've definitely got them.
Right, great. Before we get to that too, I got another question. We're early in this podcast. Let's discuss ourselves. Imaginary friends, did we have them? Do we still have them?
Can I tell a story on stream? This is going to be a bit weird to tell.
Here you go.
Right. Okay. This is going to be a bit of a tangent, but it's fun to bring up here. So when I was really small, we lived in England. Me, my mom, my dad, and my brother, we lived in England. And a family member of my dad's side had gone missing, right? But my mom would always tell me that I had this friend that I'd be able to talk to, and it had the same name as my dad. It was Willie. Willie was the name because my dad's name was William.
Oh my god!
And I'd be always in my room talking to him and telling him things and such, right? So a phone call comes in, tells my poor dad that his grandfather was after passing away. But on that same day, I was able to tell my mom that Willie was wearing this clothes and he was wet and and my mom was like, what did he look like? And he was like, oh my God, he was soaking wet. He was wearing this and he's wearing that. I don't know the details of exactly what he was wearing, but the way that my great grandfather had died was he had fallen into a river and he was wearing exactly what I had described
goosebumps,
to my
dude.
mom. And I'd said it before they'd called my dad to even tell him that the grandfather was dead.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And my mom told me this story years and years ago, and she swears by it. Like, she believes in ghosts and the whole lot. And I'm a little bit more on like the edge of it. And I'm like, oh, I think you're making up crap. But the way my mom tells that story, my dad doesn't even listen to the story. And that leads me to believe that in some weird way, my grandfather was my imaginary friend as he died. Yeah. That's insane.
Goodness. That is so scary.
It's scary. It's tragic. But my God, it's kind of there's a morbid comfort in there in some way.
There is, right?
Waiting for the comments to call me psychopath. I'm waiting for it.
No. That's wow.
It's crazy. It's one story I like telling, but I don't. There's part of me that doesn't believe it. It's like my mom's probably like dealing with stuff, but it's the fact that like my dad can't even sit there and listen to the story. Anytime my mom tells it, he gets up and leaves.
Yeah.
So it's weird. The world works in weird ways, isn't it?
But I never had an imaginary friend when I was growing up, because if you can't already tell by just interacting with me, I tend to be a bit of a chatterbox. So even when I was younger, I used to talk even more. So like my dad used to say, if you did have an imaginary friend, he'd never be able to interact with you because you never shut up. So I was just like, yeah, that makes sense. So
that's to the point of Daddy being a silent character, because he's always talking to Tony, in his head.
Yeah.
That's wild. I had Jodie the dinosaur, and she lived behind the radiator. She was cool.
Right, I want to dissect this. What kind of dinosaur was Jodie?
I don't. She's like a big green T-Rex or something, and she would chill with me, like not like a scary T-Rex, like a cartoon T-Rex. And then
why was she trapped behind the radiator?
No, that's where she lived.
Sorry.
Willingly, yeah. She it was warm.
It was nice down there,
warm and cozy.
Why did you grow out of Jodie then?
Oh no, she still lives there. She's cool.
She's still there, yeah.
What's good, Jodie? You want to say hi to everybody?
Jodie, stream.
Oh my God.
Tiffany
Jodie sounds just like Jennifer Tilly. That's crazy.
Yeah, wild, right? Wild.
Crazy.
That's based.
Where were we?
Right. I can't believe it. Oh my God. Right. We've got to Danny talking to himself with Tony. And Tony's telling Danny that Jack is after landing the job at the hotel.
Yeah.
And at any minute now, Jack's going to be calling Wendy to tell him that they've landed the job. And right as the scene cuts, the phone rings for Wendy to pick it up, and she's being told by Jack that they've actually got the job, which instantly just shows you that Tony's connected to the hotel in some kind of way. The Shining, the power, it knows what's going on outside of just what's happening with Danny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're at this moment that, Tony or Danny has an imaginary friend. The imaginary friend's name is Tony, and they interact with one another. Would that make Danny then, if Danny can see somewhat into the future, is that what clairvoyance is, or is that something different?
It's prescience. It's got some kind of prescience.
Yeah,
it's described in the book that he can almost see like snapshots of things that could possibly happen, a bit Dune-esque in that.
The Dr. Sleep movie does a good job of explaining that too.
Right.
It gives more of a like detailed description of what Danny kind of sees when the Shining is happening.
Okay.
Yeah. The book's very good for that. It also just explaining what the Shining actually is.
Yeah.
Okay, shall I just get into this now? Because it's gonna...
Do you want to do it now, or do you want to wait until we get to the Holleran scene?
Let's wait until we get to Holleran and
we're not far away from that.
Yeah, that's fine.
No. Which again, Scatman Crothers is fantastic as Holleran in this. He's so good.
Absolutely.
He's so good. One second. No, I just got to get to where I was. I scrolled too far.
One thing I noticed about the all the characters in this, like if it's guy characters, they're all wearing these knitted ties.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is that to keep their neck warm, or was that the fashion? Is it because it's Colorado and it almost looks like a scarf, or is it just
such was the style at the time? Yeah.
There's an absolutely insane, but I think it's over the top theory that the tie that Jack wears in the interview is designed to look exactly like the maze we see later in the movie. I think it's just the internet being like, "Oh
mazes
my god,
within mazes, bro."
Yeah. I don't know if I believe it though. I think it's a style of the time. But if people want to believe that, that's your TV to go with. Feel free. This movie has so many different lanes you can go into. It doesn't even matter. If I don't believe you, I don't need to.
Yeah. There you go.
You know what I mean? I'm just trying to give it the thought, you know?
Yeah. It's going to be very interesting with some of these scenes coming up about our interpretations, our perspectives, because there's one actually coming up quite soon. It's on the next page for me. But yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing.
It's my next point, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Probably, in my opinion, one of the most iconic scenes in a horror movie is Danny gets a little bit of a, would you say a premonition? Would that be the word we'd use for this? A premonition of elevator doors of the overlook opening and a tsunami of blood just flowing straight out of it.
Yeah.
We also get a quick little shot of two creepy little girls that we'll definitely be seeing later.
Do the elevators open?
Yeah, the door slightly goes ajar so that the blood can come out.
It just gushes then out and just alter the lobby.
Yeah.
And then we just get to see the blood again, and Danny's just screaming his fucking head off.
We see the twins and the shocked face of the kid.
The pan into his just shocked expression. There's a note here I have actually where you probably wouldn't have in your cuts, but it's Stuart Ullman is outside with Wendy and Jack, and he's talking about the kind of design or the construction of the extension of the Overlook Hotel that was built on an Indian burial ground. And he says some actually Indians tried to cease the production or the construction. And I think there's a few, I don't know if he said there's a few deaths or there was a few more buried there, but that's the first kind of hint that the hotel is buried on sacred, or the hotel is not buried. The hotel is built on buried sacred ground. Yeah.
Where we have it's after this where the woman, this is where you're missing a scene, is after this the doctor comes in to check up on Danny. So you're missing this part then.
Yeah, I did. I didn't see this. I saw this on clips later when I was looking on YouTube. I was like, what is this?
Yeah, Steve, was this in yours? The aftermath of the visions.
Yes.
There's a lot to take in on this part, and I think you're missing a massive section when it comes to the movie. Then, Seb, if you're missing this, because the doctor comes in and talks to Wendy about Danny's visions and just kind of pushes it off as, oh, kids these days, they all have little episodes, and he'll get past it. And then she kind of goes on to talking to Wendy about if Jack had hurt him before. They mentioned that he'd been hurt before. And Wendy goes in and says, it was purely an accident. The Jack had just been drinking and he came home a bit late and there was a mess on the floor. And when he went to pull Danny up, he dislocated his shoulder. That's all missing out of that scene then.
I caught this in the book. Yeah, that wasn't in the version that I'd seen, but it was in the book. They actually go into detail of how that happens. And that was based off an interaction with Stephen King where Joe, is his son actually called Joe King? Where,
oh my god.
Yeah.
where Joe had messed up some of his papers, some of his writing, and he in that moment he felt hatred for this kid. The love had disappeared just for a second, and that's what he thought, oh, that's a brilliant idea for a story, for a character there. But yeah, I missed that in my watching, but I caught up to that in my reading. So.
Yeah.
This is also the first time in the movie that they mentioned that Jack had stopped drinking as well because of this situation. They're Jack gave up drinking. Now he's clean. He learned from this mistake.
The drinking, him giving up on drinking was, I think, more due to the car incident in the book.
In the book, yeah. Where are we up to now? We're up to the Torrance family are now moving to the hotel.
Yes.
They're actually all coming up to the hotel.
So they're all in the car, and Wendy's talking about, hey, is this the place where the Donner Party got snowbound?
Yeah. And there's another line that she mentions as well, that the air feels so different. It's like, oh boy, we're really up high now. The air feels so different.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned it earlier about climate. I think the take on this is when she gets closer to that hotel, there's an instant feeling of they're in a different environment, that the hotel is like kind of knocking the wind straight out of them. Mm-hmm. That kind of way.
Yeah.
I think that, like, as they're going up the road, she mentions it. Like, again, you did mention that the climbing, when you get up higher up into it, obviously the air starts to thin. But in my head, every time I watch it, like, the closer they get to that hotel, she starts to instantly feel just everything is completely different when you get closer and closer. It's weird.
Jack is we really realize how much of like a creep Jack is. If we haven't figured it out through the interview, when he's telling his son about cannibalism and there's such joy in his face. Yeah, these things happen. Sometimes you got to eat people, you know? Like, oh my goodness.
See, he's seen it on the TV.
Yeah.
Like Danny's unfazed, and Wendy starts to get like a little bit uncomfortable. And then Danny chimes in and is like, "It's okay, Mama. I saw it on the television or whatever." And then I wonder, like, then Jack goes, "See, it's okay. He saw it on the television."
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking, is that Kubrick's way of just kind of like a tongue-in-cheek way of saying that, like, how maybe is that Kubrick's way of just taking the piss out of TV and just saying, like, yeah, look what sort of garbage, or look what sort of stuff that impressionable young minds can see on the television. Maybe not, but
if not Kubrick, definitely the character.
Yeah. I think it might even be Kubrick, because this is his one and only horror movie. So I think it's kind of his way being like, oh my God, look what you're letting your kids watch, with the amount of massive horror movies that were around at this time now. In the 80s.
Call 2001 almost a horror movie.
Oh yeah,
it's close.
It's close. definitely got elements, but I think that's the thing with Kubrick movies. They're Kubrick, you know, I've mentioned it again. Kubrick movies first and foremost, and then it's, you know, whatever other genre afterwards.
His like Kubrick just transcends all other genres. It's just like it's his movie, and then whatever you want to whatever other genre you want to kind of like cast it into. But
have you guys got anything else to say about like the car, like, before they get to the hotel itself?
I'm not really sure.
He mentioned something. I know it's a 3.5 hour drive. Is that what Jack says to Ullman at the start? So like it's a considerable from where they are. It's just you're 3.5 hours, and that's back when they first move into the hotel. You know, it's before winter really kicks in. So like the roads are clear. It'd probably be fairly like straightforward. Mm-hmm. Like that seems like a lot. Like 3.5 hours. I could drive from one side of Ireland to the other easily in that time, and you know, still have time to spare. It really puts it in perspective, and that's across a country. Like, so Jack and his family to really uproot them like that, and to just drag them with him.
America's huge. You could do that and still be in the same what do they call it? State. Yeah.
Did you have anything you wanted to add about the car, Seb?
Pardon?
Did you have anything you wanted to know?
Because I've got in my next note is that the kid sees the twins again, right?
Yes. I like that scene. Yeah,
so then, yeah. Again, then you're missing the burial scene here. Then
oh fuck's sake!
You're missing another big section,
right?
Yeah, because right after they do the conversation and it's like, oh, he sees it on the TV. They then are walking around with. It's Ullman, isn't it? It's Ullman that's walking around, and they get to see the maze for the first time. You get to see the first like little tease of here's this giant maze that's right outside. We also get the mention then of the Indian burial ground, which it's kind of cliche. I think is one thing that I don't know if they needed to have it for the film, because the film in itself has the hotel itself has its own like aura about it. I don't know if you needed the Indian burial ground mentioned underneath, but it gives a cool little cliche moment.
Does that happen in is that Pet Sematary as well? I've never seen the book or never read the book or watched the movie, because so I'm watching the movie with my mom, and she's like, wait, where's the Indian burial scene? Where's the Indian burial scene? And I'm like, no, I think that's Pet Sematary. I think you're confusing your kid movies. And I was gaslighting my mom completely on accident.
Oh man.
I'm like, he wouldn't use that same trope twice, would he? Would
Of
you
course
do
he would.
that?
Of course he would.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
You also missed the massive foreshadowing that will definitely not be important later in the movie, where we have the giant red snowcat parked outside, and he's like, "Oh, we need this for when it gets heavy in the
I think
snow."
I saw that bit. I saw the bit where they're talking about the snowcat. So I don't know.
yeah?
I don't know what's
So you just
going
missed
on
the
there.
burial conversation.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But yes, don't worry, that won't ever come back up. We're never going to talk about snowcat in this podcast. It's never going to come back up.
So when does he see the twins? Is that what he?
This is
he
right
goes
here.
into-
Yeah, right here. We cut from Jack and Wendy being shown around straight to Danny, where he meets the two.
He's in the games
freaky
room,
ass-
isn't he?
Yeah. He's playing darts. Turns around. He's made two little friends in blue dresses just staring at him.
Yeah.
Is this the first movie that utilizes twins for creepiness?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Because it's
definitely,
all
I
the
think, the most
time now,
iconic
right?
one. Yeah.
It's overdone now, but back then, yeah, it was.
I mean, if not, leave a comment, guys. Let us know.
yeah.
Inform us, please.
Yeah.
I'll constantly be commenting on my many mistakes and my
Correct
notes.
us if we are wrong. Correct us because we don't want to be wrong. You know,
No.
we'd much rather be
Educate us,
corrected.
please.
Yeah. We're enjoying this. Yeah,
Yeah.
we want to be good at this. You know?
I think, personally, Danny's like 6 or 7 in this movie, I think.
Mm.
He could be 5,
He's
6 or
5
7.
in the book.
Okay.
Yeah, so he might be 5 in this too. I'm not sure. But 4 or 5, 6 or 7-year-old, he is the calmest 5, 6 or 7-year-old I've ever seen in my life. Because if I turned around a 5, 6 or 7 and seen 2 creepy little girls and then he just ran off, I'd be screaming the house down.
I think it's because he's went through trauma. You know?
There's prior trauma there, like it's been alluded to in prior scenes. Like obviously the thing that happened with Jack. You know, he's no stranger to probably. He is no stranger to trauma. He stands there, he sees them, and there's a super close up then shot of his expression, and he's caught off guard, and then
Is
just
that why
like
Macaulay Culkin screams in Home Alone? Is that homage to this? You know,
I wouldn't put it past it,
when
to
he
be honest. 'Cause it's
slaps
very
his face
similar.
and he goes, "Ah!"
Yeah.
Is that
yeah.
is that a take on this scene? Maybe.
That could be. See, look at the influence. It's everywhere.
Wow.
Have to give a big shout out to Danny Lloyd as well for just being a fantastic kid actor in this movie. He's
That's
really
honestly the kid's name.
He
Cool.
really
Yeah.
is good.
Yeah.
Another case of naming somebody after their actual name, so it's just easier.
Yeah. We like that. We like that, guys.
Who did we have last week? Judy last week, and then Danny this week.
Judy and then
Yeah.
Danny this week. Jack Nicholson, Jack Torrance.
Yeah, Jack.
Torrance,
Yeah. I do have to jump in here and say I really regret picking this as the first movie because I feel like I'm picking at every single conversation that's happening in this movie.
It's going to be digressing. If you've made it this far, it's going to continue. It's going to continue. Thank you.
But that's what Stanley wanted.
Crazy.
Stanley often said he wanted this movie to be something you would just pick apart. He said he wanted it to be the perfect movie to discuss in the car on the way home from the cinema. He wanted you to think about every single part of this movie, and here we are, 3 of us now thinking and really like dissecting it. Like Stanley, wherever he is now, he's like, yeah, I did what I wanted. I got what I wanted.
You're in film school. Is this on the curriculum?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This and he's the only director with 2 movies on the curriculum. This and
You should get us this list and we'll go through the list.
That'd be mad. I'd actually love that. That'd be cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised Full Metal Jacket doesn't get talked about a little bit more in like film studies.
I've not seen it.
You've not? Oh my god,
Yeah.
Seb, it's so good.
It's so funny. 2001's like my favorite movie ever, and I love this movie. I didn't realize how much until I watched it recently. But I need to. I mean, this will give us a reason to sit down and watch all the Kubricks, I'm sure, eventually.
I don't. There's only like a handful of war movies I love, and I think Full Metal Jacket is definitely maybe second. It's so good.
Behind.
I actually don't. I like. I can't remember. Is it Hacksaw Ridge?
Hacksaw Ridge is incredible.
I really love that movie.
Oh
I love
my
that.
goodness, that's one of my. So I'm the same. I don't really like that many war movies, but Hacksaw Ridge, pretty awesome. Dunkirk, pretty awesome.
I'm going to be a little bit evil right now and start possibly our first argument. I think Saving Private Ryan is overhyped. I'm going to say it, and if the comments want to have a go at me for that, that's fine.
I wish I could jump in, but I've never seen it fully. So
I watched it a couple of years back, and I think it is a good movie. but I don't think it's one of the best, especially with some of the more modern-y type
Is that
of war
Spielberg
movies
as
we've
well?
got.
Yeah.
Are we just shit
Yeah.
on Spielberg today? I started
yeah.
off with Ready Player One, just being like, "Fuck this guy," right?
Sorry, Stephen.
Yeah. We got a sorry Stephen in the comments, please. Yeah. Last week it was Save Steve. This week it's sorry Steve.
Bruh Steven.
Bro, Stephen.
I'm the bro Stephen.
Right. I think this is one of our first important scenes that we're coming up on now. Like everything before it is obviously
Okay.
it is important.
When
This
Danny's
is one of
eating
the
his
milestones.
French fries and ketchup, right?
Right as we go into the
That's
gold
very
room.
important to me.
Yeah.
I actually wrote down, yo, this kid's got the same appetite as me. I would love that French fries and ketchup.
Sign me up.
He's got a single living at home alone meal deal.
It's Halloran. He's showing Wendy and Danny around the kitchen, isn't he? Am I right?
Before that, before that.
Okay.
When we go into the gold room, which is the massive ballroom.
Yes.
So Wendy's getting really excited and they're walking towards the bar. The bar is absolutely empty. There's no booze. Ullman makes sure to turn around and go, "Oh, during the off season, we'll have no booze in here. There's not going to be anything." And Jack replies and says, "We don't need to even worry about that. I don't drink. I don't need to worry. We won't have a problem with that." And I think that right there is the first bit of this movie that you need to keep it in your head the whole way through. It's so important.
God, I completely missed that. Wow.
Everything about the gold room, is so important there because
wait until the later scene. There's some insane.
just wait.
What did I watch, guys?
Man, I'm such an absolute nerd. Everybody that comments on this, just call me names. I'm taking it. Okay?
I feel like I watched a parody or something. What's going on?
Barrels.
I watched the Simpsons episode, guys. So.
Hey, that covers enough.
And you also watched Ready Player One as well, which is also kind of a parody.
Have either of you ever read the book of Ready Player One? Not to steer completely off, but have you read the book?
No.
The
After
book
the movie,
is actually very enjoyable, but you have to be about 50 years of age to understand every reference to it.
I think we're pop culture nerds, right? And when I was watching the movie, it's probably better done in the book, but I'm like, this is some weak sauce pop culture, you know?
It's like
some
there's an Overwatch character thrown in there. What is Tracer just jumps in at one point. Chucky's in stabbing people. There's no reason for half of these people to be there.
Master Chief's walking around with the Iron Giant, you know, like it's fuck that movie.
The producers were just like, their assignment was, right, look up popular gaming icons on, or like just look up just type modern gaming into Google and go to Google Images and just bring every character you see in Google Images into this movie.
We are the base for this movie, and it didn't work for me. I don't know if it worked for you guys. We're definitely the demographic.
The first time I seen it, I was like, "Oh my god, that's so cool!" And then I remember 2 weeks later, I was talking with people, and I was like, "That movie fucking stunk."
When they're doing the race, and like he drives backwards, and I'm like, "Yeah, no shit. Nobody thought to do this. What are you?" I'm gonna get mad. Let's stop.
Right. So we do get to finally meet one of the fucking coolest characters in horror ever. The head chef, Dick Halloran.
Yep.
I will be calling him Halloran because if I keep calling him Dick, I'll giggle. So, I think this is a weird nerdy point. I think this is the only point in the entire movie where Jack calls Wendy Winifred.
Oh,
it's the only time when he's introducing. Yeah, in the ballroom where Halloran walks up, it's the only time he introduces her as Winifred, and for the life of me, I have no understanding of why he only calls her Winifred there and never again.
Well, that's a full name, and it's because in the book at that point he is asked, or she is asked, "Hey, are you so you're Winifred? Is it a Wendy or is it a Fred?"
Yeah, Halloran asks it later as well. Yeah.
My interpretation of that is, now this is a little bit of a deep, heavy subject as well. So like not so much a trigger warning, but my interpretation is because Jack is in company of other people. And he refers to as Winifred in the polite, husbandly manner because he doesn't want people outside of his marriage to know how much of actually an abusive piece of shit he is.
I've definitely been introduced to girlfriend's friends as, "Hey, this is Sebastian," when they don't call me Sebastian.
Yeah.
You know.
So that was just my interpretation of it. He's in company of other people, and like obviously later on there'll be scenes where he's calling her by Wendy. Yeah, and he's mask on. That's my interpretation. It's Jack's mask that's on. Now it might not be that. He might just be, you know, he might just want to be formal and introduce her as her full name to like his co-workers and stuff like that. But
I can see that.
For me, it's very much Jack mask on, and it's one of the few times in the movie you'll see that. If not, maybe the last time you see it, and we're only like 20 minutes in. Before
I let us even out of the ballroom.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I don't know if either of you caught this when you're watching it, right? But as all the adults are talking, Danny walks into the room, and the second Danny comes into the room, Halloran stares directly at him, and his face drops. He's smiling when he's talking to Jack. He's smiling when he's talking. The minute Danny walks into the room, he puts his eyes straight onto Danny. His smile drops, and then he decides he wants to take Wendy and Danny off for a walk to the kitchen.
Yeah,
and like as they're walking away as well, Wendy mentions like, "Oh my god, this place is like a big maze. I'll have to leave breadcrumbs every time I come in." That quote right there, remember it. It's so good.
Yeah,
it's so good. Did any of you notice that when Danny walked in, the way that Halloran's like whole demeanor just kind of comes out of him? He like loses it the minute Danny comes in.
Yeah.
I saw his face drop, but he's very later on, you know, not too much later on, but he is very lovely with Danny. He's very nice with Danny. Yeah. So is this the part where he says, "Hey, let's go get you some food"? And then they can have this conversation.
He leads them around the kitchen, doesn't he? And once or twice my line here is literally Wendy inquires, and this is a tongue twister, to why Dick just called Danny Doc.
Yeah, he calls him Doc twice. Yeah,
he keeps calling him Doc, and then Wendy then eventually says, "Why did you just call him Doc just now?" And he tries to play it off that maybe he looks like a doctor sort of thing, but
she mentioned it earlier. Oh, he looks like a doc.
Yeah,
you know? So they call Danny Doc because of Bugs Bunny cartoons. What's up, Doc?
Yes,
you know.
Yeah,
and Halloran. I feel like he did it on purpose to let the kid in that he knows something.
He knows, yeah.
You know, so he's calling the kid Doc, and the parents, Wendy. Yep. And in the book, Jack's there too, and he's like, "What?" You know, the parents were just like, "What?"
Yeah.
And in the book, he asks if it's okay for Danny to help him to his car with his things,
right?
And Wendy's like, "All right," but she's very worried about Danny. And when Danny helps into the car, he then asks Danny to sit in the car with him, and that's where they have their conversation about The Shining. And the whole time, his mum's looking through the window, being like, "Oh my god, he's about to get kidnapped." So I feel like it's much better done in the movie. It makes more sense. But you also do get that character moment that isn't in the movie, where it's like she's worried for her son around strangers.
Yeah, because in the movie, obviously, she's kind of quite. She is, as any mother would be, she's quite apprehensive. She's wary of Halloran's first, and even we as the audience are like, okay, he knows Danny's nickname without ever hearing it. And then there's a part when they go to the like kind of like the dry storage, and Danny is just Halloran is talking to Wendy, but then Danny has like a vision of Halloran then referencing him, like talking to him directly, even though he's talking to Wendy.
Right, so that's not vision.
That actually happens. Yeah.
So when he's sitting and he's talking to Wendy, he turns directly towards Jack or to Danny, and he just using his shining, he talks to Danny. I think this is the first time Danny realizes that Halloran has the shining too, because when he's talking about him being called Doc, Danny's just like, "Kid, I'm running around. This is great. I'm getting to see the place." Yeah. But mid conversation with Wendy, Halloran looks directly at Danny and he says, he's like, "How would you like some ice cream, Doc?"
Yeah.
Without moving his mouth at all. In his head, he just passes it straight to Danny. And it's so cool.
Love that moment. It's almost so fast you can miss it. If you're not paying full attention, you might not even realize his mouth isn't opening.
Exactly.
Yeah. And the music in the background of this is that it's full. We're getting the high-pitched screeching noise. It's like building up as he's talking. It's so good.
Yeah.
There is just not to get fully into the conspiracy shit, but there is a theory that there's a Karamak like tin behind them as they're talking, and Karamak is the peace pipe of the Native Americans. And in that moment, there's a face-on shot of the Karamak tin, and that is it's a nice meeting. It's a peaceful meeting of these two characters.
Yeah.
And later on, when we see the Karamak tin, it is when Jack is locked in the storage, and the tins are not face on; they are all over the place because it's like this is not a nice meeting, right?
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
That's what some people get out of that anyway.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get more into conspiracy shit later on, but
yay! I love the conspiracies that come up like this.
Can I now talk about The Shining itself? So
I was going to leave you or Steve take The Shining because I want to know your opinions on the conversation that happens at the table.
Okay, so
yeah,
I feel like, well, I'll go from the book's perspective then, because I've read that recently. The book is very good at telling you what The Shining is.
Yeah.
Or explaining what The Shining can do, right?
Yeah.
So the movie, it's kind of like, well, what is it? What? Like, it almost, in a sense, The Shining is very secondary to everything else that happens in the movie. Oh yeah, the kid also has like this magic power, right? In the book, it's more that Danny. You see it from Danny's perspective, and you see how it works from Danny's perspective. Danny can look into people's minds, and he can pick out like key words. So when Jack hurt him, he looks at his mum, and the word divorce keeps being repeated from his mother. You know, he can also sense emotions from people, and like how. It's also explained that people use this power every day and they don't know that it's The Shining. So have you ever aced a test you didn't study for? That's The Shining, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Is your wife feeling shit because it's her time of the month? You show up with flowers when you didn't really know? That's The Shining, you know?
Yeah.
Know how people are feeling as soon as you walk into a room? That is you using The Shining, right?
Yeah.
So it's very much a empathic power.
Yeah.
And I'm happy I was able to get into that. I'm happy that I started reading the book, because that eases things for me watching the movie and going into it and understanding that power that he has. He's an empath.
He has that kind of sense, because Halloran. See, now I can't say Dick because I'll just start fucking chuckling. So Halloran explained to Danny that he first realized that he had The Shining when he could have conversations with his grandmother without either of them ever opening their mouths. So if I'm going purely like you have the you both have read the book, so you have the more kind of like meaningful explanation that it's more like a empathic feeling, like you said. In the movie, then it's not a very strong like psychic connection, but it's almost like I don't want to go on cliche into it's like a mind reading thing, but it's kind of similar, because like you said, Danny was able to see Halloran talk to him directly without him like opening his mouth. So
Dick's making him open.
Normally, it's a one-way thing, though, right?
Oh no, yeah, exactly.
In the book, there's a really funny scene. I just want to get into this as well. I know we're a movie podcast, but the movie inspired me to fucking read. Right,
the books of these types of movies are very important. Though I would always say, please read the book as well, just to get the full. What the actual, like, what Stephen King wanted you to know.
There is a very like nasty lady who has been living at the hotel, who's like leaving the hotel, and as she's leaving, one of the bag boys who's helping her, Danny notices that she's in her head thinking the sentence, "I want to get into his pants." Right? And Danny, he's like, Why would she want to get into his pants? Is she cold? Because he's a little kid, so he understands. He can get the words, but he doesn't know what they mean sometimes.
Yeah.
And he actually tells Halloran this. He asks, "Hey, does this woman want to get into his pants?" And Halloran just bursts out laughing. And that's the scene in the car. And that's when the mother realizes, when Wendy realizes, oh, okay, I wonder what made him laugh that much, but they're fine, you know?
Do you remember that woman's name? The bellhop?
No.
Loving. It's got to come up. It's got to come up. Okay. So I just want to ask. No, it's way later down the line. I have a massive point.
Okay, all right, okay.
Massive.
Everything you talk about, you can go into and dissect even further.
It's crazy. I just want to say again, I keep plugging it, but Dr. Sleep does a lot of what Seb was saying, not to the perfection that the book does, where it's like where Danny's looking at somebody, you can see the words of what they do a way better job of explaining Danny's shining and the way that he can like. I don't want to spoil Dr. Sleep for anybody, because go watch it if you listen to this and you've never seen it. Please do go watch it. But they just go a little bit more in depth and actually focus on what The Shining is more than what The Shining movie does. Dr. Sleep is more about what the actual Shining is, where The Shining movie is like, oh my God, look what the hotel's doing. And The Shining is in the back, like what Seb said, where Dr. Sleep really focuses on The Shining is important. The entire plot goes around it, and it does a way better job of explaining why.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I'm going to put it on my list.
Seb, are you going to plan on reading the Dr. Sleep book?
I'll watch the movie.
I'd recommend the movie first. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to be moving on to other movies after this, and that's a lot to read.
Yeah. Right. Where are we going? We got a time jump.
Well, before the time jump, I got some notes before the time jump.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go for it.
So Halloran explains that the kid Danny asks, "Is there something bad here?"
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
And Halloran explains that there is residual energy from like past bad events,
like flashes of past events. Yeah,
that sometimes he picks up on, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's going to happen in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, this is like The Grudge.
Yeah,
this is Ju-on, you know. This is the Grudge is based on residual energy in a house. Yeah, and these repeated horrors, and I'm like, oh my gosh, The Grudge is. I mean, all of these kind of ghost stories.
Mm-hmm.
It's done in The Shining to like the next step.
It's perfect. Halloran asks Danny, does he know what happened here? Because this part for me confused me, because Danny then says he doesn't, but we have a scene earlier in the movie where Danny he's kind of stood up, propped up, brushing his teeth at the bathroom, and he's asking Tony, like, does Tony know? And then we're led as the audience believe that then Danny it is revealed to him what happened to the hotel. So
Tony also tells Danny that he shouldn't talk about his power with his parents.
Yeah.
And then Danny asks Halloran, "Hey, what's going on with room 237?"
237, yeah.
And Halloran replies with, "There ain't nothing in room 237." You know, so he dismisses it.
Yeah.
And that scene between the two of them took 88 takes. And Scatman, the actor, he told Stanley Kubrick that he couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
You know, he was fucking done. Yeah. And Kubrick just kept pushing him and pushing him and pushing him. And it's a good take. It doesn't seem like it's 88 takes worth. I mean, maybe he used the first take for it. You know, I don't know. But this is getting into, you know, Kubrick being being a horrible bastard, but is being a perfectionist. Does that excuse being a horrible bastard? No, but
no.
he's just like the movie repeats and repeats, residual negative energy repeats over and over again. That's Kubrick. And please let me know when we get to room 237 later, because when we get there, I have a whole segment of conspiracy stuff going on there.
There's this kind of center part of the as we enter Act 2.
Do you want to talk about it when we get to Jack going into the room or before that?
When we get to okay. Well, whenever we're next there, let me know, because I don't have that in my timeline here, because I looked into this stuff after the fact. As I said at the start, we are only scratching the surface here.
Mm-hmm.
I realized the more and more I looked into this, I could spend the rest of my life looking into this, and I was like,
rabbit hole.
Our entire podcast could be the Shining podcast.
Yeah, it could. And I'm glad we're doing a different movie next week.
Yeah.
so it forces me to stop myself. Right. Okay, that's Act 1. We're an hour and 20 minutes in.
Yep. Hey, that's
we got our first time jump here.
Our whole episode last week was like 2 hours or something like that.
I said it in the chat before. I'm sorry that this is going to be ridiculously long, because it's such a deeper movie. It's so much going on.
I think if there's a movie that warrants it, if there's a movie out there that justifies like a long discussion, it's this one. It really is. Because it's not clear cut and dry there's start, middle, and end as every movie has, but just there's deliberate decisions throughout nearly every scene, from just like prop placement to like character mannerisms to references either to what will happen or references to like what had already been established. It's one of those movies like you can't. Like talking about The Shining for like, let's say in like a 30-minute episode or something like that would not be doing it justice. You'd have to just speed run it, and this is completely warranted. But yeah, we have our first. We've entered Act 2 now.
Time jump in his 5-month stay.
A month later,
Overlook. Which once we get to the end, you kind of realize how absolutely ridiculously fast everything starts to fall apart when it's only a month in here.
Yeah,
it's crazy. But we do get a nice little bit when we get this time jump where Jack and Wendy are kind of talking to each other, and like they're telling each other how well they're fitting into moving into the hotel. And Jack's trying to come up with his ideas, but he can't really lock down what he's trying to write yet. And in the middle of it all, we get a very important little piece from Jack where he kind of turns to Wendy and he's like, I feel this ridiculous like level of deja vu. I feel like I've been here before, which truly is a line that like really... It could be thrown away. Like if you're watching this and you're not deep diving into what's actually happening, like, oh, haha, he's probably been in hundreds of hotels and he feels a little bit of deja vu because whatever. When we get to the end of this, that one line is so very important to the end of it. And whatever theory or whatever, I don't like, I'm not going to ask you now, but whatever like ending you guys believe is the end, which I'm sure we're all probably going to have different ones.
Yeah.
Like this line is there and it feeds everybody their own answer.
The way
like,
he pronounces deja vu.
Yeah, Jack Nicholson's voice.
His delivery.
It's so good.
Before this happens, do we get a shot with the kid cycle, like going on his tricycle?
Yeah.
That's afterwards. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's soon afterwards. Yeah, because
it's right after this conversation we get to Jack when he's sitting in he's throwing a tennis ball around in the open lobby because he doesn't know how to write. He doesn't know what he's doing. So he's really like, he starts off like playfully throwing it, and then he gets really agitated, like throwing it down the hall, full swinging it.
So is this establishing that this is where he's writing?
Yeah, because the typewriter's on the table in the lobby. This is his office.
He has picked.
He establishes it.
Just the most open fucking room.
Yeah.
And it's one of the biggest rooms in the entire hotel. He's picked, this is his working space.
Yeah. This is my little comfortable working space where I can fully focus. Yeah.
Literally, yeah. And it's such a nice room too. There's like a little fireplace. There's the staircase that goes. He just has it all to himself.
I've wrote down that Jack is one of those people where everything he says sounds sarcastic.
Yeah.
So you don't know where you stand with him. And no, I don't really like these people, but you know, it's the type of person, right? Where everything they say sounds sarcastic.
He struggles to sound, just even when he probably is trying to sound somewhat genuine. he struggles to sound genuine. It's like there's just always an underlying kind of like condescending like tone to everything he's saying. But yeah, he's struggling with writer's block. Obviously, that's his kind of like his way of kind of like letting off steam, you know.
Where the book has like this build up of this character losing it, the movie in Stanley Kubrick's version is a lot more. This character is on the edge already.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, a month in. Yeah,
a month in, and he's already going that far. It's already being an asshole, you know. Like,
yeah.
And I think that helps in terms of pacing, where you're not just suddenly like, oh my god, now he's crazy.
Yeah.
Later on.
Yeah. Music does a big part in it as well, because every time Jack's on screen from I think about this point, or maybe the next scene after Danny's riding the bike, the music is always that screeching, building sound around Jack when he's by himself every bit, and it starts to get more frantic. Like I talk about later on in the whatever, it gets way more frantic as he gets worse and worse and worse.
Yeah.
But we then have the little scene of Danny on the bike. I think the sound design here is absolutely amazing.
It's phenomenal. The tracking,
the carpet onto the
wooden floor.
Yeah, it's so good. What is the camera style that they use when they do that? When they do like a low shot that to just track somebody? Like what?
Yeah,
it's
just low eye level. It's a low eye level tracking shot, and it's basically without cuts, without transitions. It's literally just the camera. Whoever was operating on the scene is phenomenal. They follow Danny. They twist and they turn as he goes around corners. It's
this
it's
must
incredible.
Have been really planned out beforehand.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say the poor kid, Danny Lloyd, I'd say it was like Kubrick was probably just like, right, I need you to just go this way. Just keep this direction. Don't go any other direction. And we'll follow you. And I can imagine that probably took a few takes as well. But we as audiences, we're watching Danny and we're thinking, right, he's like he's cycling along, he's turning corners. We as like just movie fans, we're thinking, okay, we're always thinking what's around every corner, what's always behind what the eye can see. But the scene is just it's a really good establishing of like what will come later.
It's continuing to build up the map in our heads of the layout and how the building works, and maybe also even more so because we're Dead by Daylight streamers, you know, like you want to know where you need to turn next to get away from the monster, right?
Exactly.
So it's building up this mental image in our heads of where everything exists in relation to each other, and this repeats over and over where he's cycling through the hotel, and it really pushes it into us, maybe without us even knowing, like it's subconsciously just forcing this mental map into us.
And it echoes Wendy's sentiment where she was like, it really does feel like just a maze. Like
the maze, the car with the winding roads at the beginning.
Yeah.
Leads us right into my first verbal jizz of the movie.
This is verbal jizz.
Verbal jizz. The scene that comes right next to it, it's literally transitioned so well by you lot mentioning Wendy and Danny walking around in the maze for the very first time. The music's playing, it's getting creepy, it's giving you the first vibes that like this maze is going to be a part, is going to be a big, massive part.
Oh man.
Wendy and Danny get like very lost in their instinct. Like they go in straight away, get lost, they have no idea what's going on. And as that's happening, we get one of the greatest shots of this fucking movie.
Yeah.
Jack walks up to the model that's in his office. I'm going to just keep calling it the office because I don't know if it's a lobby or not, of the maze. And he's looking down on the maze, and you see the scale of the maze from this model. It's huge. It looks ridiculous. It reminds me of the fucking maze in the Harry Potter movie, The Prisoner of Azkaban, where they go in and it closes behind them. Like every little exit looks like there's no way you'd get even back out of it. And there's these little mini versions of Wendy and Danny right in the center on the scale, like the little fake version of it that Jack's like staring down on it. And I fucking adore that scene so much.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. And it was ruined by Ready Player One for me.
Oh God.
Ready Player One's done some damage.
we should have just a Ready Player One counter, just every time one of us just drops in how much that movie fucking sucks. Just
But
like
it really is incredible, isn't it? It's just
so good.
It's almost like he is lording over them. He is this.
Yes.
He has become an entity.
Yes.
Right, and he is looking. They're his playthings in the maze. They're the rats in the maze. You know.
Yeah. You went. Yeah, I could. I have so much verbal diarrhea written here about this scene in the most wonderful way. Like the maze for me symbolizes Jack's state of mind. We're only a month in. It's windy. It's twisted. It's hazy. It's hard to navigate. And I feel like the symbolism of Wendy and Danny trying to navigate the maze within his mind. It's because like he's a family man, but this like I said here like where we have a shot of we originally are like it cuts between Danny and Wendy navigating the maze, then it cuts back to Jack, and he's just kind of like it looks like he's just blankly staring into space before he moves over to the maze. Whether it's due to boredom, writer's block, the isolation, but his family, who should be his number one priority up here in the hotel, are almost the memory like his family are struggling to navigate the maze that is his mind, getting lost in there with all the rest of his thoughts. They eventually make it to the center where that's where his family should be. They should always be the center of his thoughts. They should always be priority. Look how deep that is. That's great.
That's why we pay Steve the big bucks. The big bucks.
I couldn't get over it, and I went and I watched the rest of the movie, and then I just came back to that scene. It's just like it's the symbolism of him looking down, like Beckham said, like the model maze, right? And you see the two of them. Except your analogy was fantastic as well. It's like they're like they're like his playthings, like rats in his maze. Yeah. And whereas I'm thinking, like they're navigating the maze ties for me to Jack's state of mind, and his family are there somewhere in his mind. But they're struggling. They're getting lost in it with all the other stuff that's that's in his mind. But it's a fantastic. It's probably like last week with the in Night of the Living Dead when Johnny returned and like the whole kind of closure thing with Barbara. Like that was my favorite scene, just for like the symbolism behind it.
This is my favorite shot in the entire movie.
Oh yeah, it's so fucking good, man.
Yeah. There's this and one other one that's later on, which I will hype up.
Like you could do a whole you could do just a whole video of like discussing this scene alone. Yeah. It's crazy, but yeah, that's my ramblings.
And honestly, like I would have never thought. So like I love when you talk. Like genuinely, you deep dive into like again with the Night of the Living Dead when you went with the hunting trophies. There's so little like you were thinking on that, and it brings out like I'm thinking about it now. Never in my head ever had that, and I've watched this movie 20, 30 fucking times, and I've never had that like connect like that. It's so fucking cool.
I feel like the more, I mean, this is something you'd learn when you're just learning about artwork and stuff. Or everybody in art school was a pompous asshole, probably myself included. But the more what you see in a piece of art really talks about yourself as well, right? So those two different things that me and Steve just saw there probably say more about ourselves maybe even than what Kubrick thought, because he was doing things purposefully, but he couldn't have imagined all the different ways that like people would dissect this.
Nah, that's so cool.
He was a genius, and I'm surprised I don't have actually any notes about because the whole we'll come close. The whole thing with him and Shelley and everything like that. But
there's a scene in particular that I will let us all talk about that, because I think it's important to put it where I have it. I think it's placed at a right spot for it to really give the conversation a go, because it's going to be a lot as well. There's a lot to be said about Stanley Kubrick and his treatment of Shelley Duvall towards the end.
We'll get into that.
Yeah.
Are we done with this?
Yeah, I think that's good.
I have little sections, right? So not to do it. I have, do you know the title cards that pop up?
Yeah.
Where it's like choose. I have those in very capital letters, so I know that
So we're
like
about to hit
into the
Tuesday,
bits.
which is another time jump.
Yeah.
Where we get greeted the minute the screen goes off from a and I have this written down, very Night of the Living Dead. There's a little small TV screen where there's a news broadcaster talking, and they're like subtly talking about little random news, and then all of a sudden they bring in that there's going to be a snowstorm coming in tomorrow, and it's unlike any other snowstorm they've ever had. It's coming in out of nowhere. It's rapid. And then we cut right back to Danny riding around his little tricycle on the iconic carpet.
Yep.
That I ordered 2 months ago, and it never arrived.
Oh!
So Amazon calling you out. Where's
come on,
where's my fucking rug?
Come on.
Jeff, get off your yacht.
Can I rewind?
Yeah.
The shit. Why was I rewinding? What were you?
The TV, the broadcast,
the TV, right?
Right.
In cinema, in film, if you're having a scene with a television, for the longest time, if you tried to record a television, you'd get all of these lines over the top of it. It would not look good. I don't know if you guys have ever tried to record the screen before physically with a camera.
Oh god, yeah.
Especially on those old CRTs and stuff. Like it didn't look clear, so they would always, after the fact, put the image over the top, in the editing. That's what they did in Night of the Living Dead as well. This television isn't plugged in.
Oh.
Damn, I never even noticed that. That's great.
Yeah,
There's no cord. No cords. It's not plugged in. Is that purposeful, or is that an error?
Again,
I'd imagine it might be purposeful, but then, like, again, I'm not trying to be the internet crowd where it's like, oh, Stanley could never do anything wrong, but
also,
I'd like to think it is.
A lot of the things you see, like, are they actually happening as well?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Which is a lot deeper into it.
We're checking out these POV characters, and you're like, is Danny really seeing this? Is Jack really seeing this? We'll get way more into that.
Unreliable, it's a trope as old as time in cinema. Unreliable narrators, but we have to go by what they see. But are they really seeing what they think they're seeing? But
massive example of that is Fight Club.
Yeah,
massive, fantastic example of that.
So are we
back off that?
We're cut off. We're caught up.
So we're back onto Danny riding around his little tricycle. Perfect carpet, beautiful looking carpet.
The carpet is mazes, right?
Yeah.
And the corridor is mazes, and we've just came from a maze. It's mazes and mazes and mazes. And what a maze is about? Finding your way and getting lost.
Yeah.
Right?
We're getting so deep into. I love this. I'm just like, literally, nobody can see me.
It's
so much.
Because it's the hotel itself. It's just like we're still not quite at that point yet where we're thinking, well, there's some, like, we know something happened here, but we're not really sure why or what caused it. But like, even just like subtle little details about, like you said, the TV wasn't plugged in. Just like sometimes the navigation, sometimes the what would you say, the hotel, the way like it's outlay, or it's kind of like layout. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't make sense. And is that because it's a set, or is that purposeful to fuck with us?
To mess with the people's minds that are staying there.
Yeah.
Right, Beckham, what's next?
Right, so Danny's rocking around his little tricycle, and he passes the infamous room of 237, and he gets a little bit brave, which I think, for us all mentioning that he's a little bit of a traumatized child and he's been warned off by Halloran, that he wouldn't have done it. But he gets up, walks up to the door, and tries to push it open, but it refuses to open for him.
Yep.
I'm kind of like, what do we think of that? What do we think?
You go first, Steve.
You go first.
Yeah,
no, Beckham, you go first, actually.
Right, okay. I think the hotel itself isn't ready to let Danny in. Yeah. I've always kept that myself, that they haven't messed enough with Jack, because Jack's their weakest link. They know that the hotel's got, like, Wendy's running around ditzy and, oh, this is lovely, this is great. And then Danny's off adventuring where Jack is starting to fall apart, and they know, oh, if we let Danny in, like, it's not going to affect Danny. Danny's like, he's a kid, he's not understanding entirely what's happening. Once Jack starts to fall apart, and then the hotel goes all out to reveal itself, it works better. So I think they themselves, the hotel or the entity, DVD reference of whoever owns the Overlook Hotel, is like, right, we're not ready to let Danny into this room yet. There's a lot going to happen in here, and he's not entirely ready to be fucked to it, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
So onto the table for you guys.
Deb.
Steve, you go first because I'm about to take us in a whole different direction.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm going to agree with you on they're not ready to let Danny in, and like the reason why, Jack is their target at the moment, are like because Jack is the one person of the three that just doesn't go out. Like he's always there. He's always within the confines of the hotel. When Wendy brings him breakfast in the prior scene, she asks him, "Oh, do you think once you've had breakfast we can go take a walk?" And he just completely dismisses her, and he says, "No, I really want to kind of get stuck into my writing." Wendy and Danny are like, they go out to the maze. They probably have lunch outside. They're like, they go for walks.
I didn't pick up on this when watching the movie, but you're absolutely right.
Jack is just constantly, he's either in the lobby, he's probably in the bedroom, or he's probably in the kitchen or something like that. But yeah, the influence is probably growing quicker inside of Jack because he's always indoors. And
in the book, that's not the case. He goes outside, he works on the roof, he deals with like wasp nests and stuff. But that is so Kubrick must have purposefully, he took that out.
You see when like going back when I just love that shot of him. He's in like the kind of like navy sweater. He's kind of like all pale faced. There's like bags under his eyes. You feel like he hasn't stepped on. He's staring off into. He's staring off camera, and we're left to think, right, is he staring out the window at maybe, Wendy and Danny enjoying themselves outside, or is he staring at just something else in that lobby that's warping his mind? But no, to answer the question, I think the room is not ready to reveal, or like what resides within the room is not ready to reveal itself to Danny. Plus, he probably gets cold feet. Like he is like childish curiosity. He's like, right, I'm gonna check. I'm brave. I'm gonna check.
What's two doors, and right? Is it two doors?
Yeah.
And he checks one of them, and he doesn't check the other. Am I remembering that correct?
I think so.
There's
jotted about it.
Maybe.
There's a full door, and then there's kind of like it looks like there's like a wider. There's a door. And then whatever, it's kind of like
two handles, I think, and he checks one of the handles.
Yeah,
so that to me was like maybe he's not quite ready to fully try and force himself in there.
Yeah, he feels brave, but he's curious. But maybe he remembers just at the last second what Halloran said. Just all right, it's better maybe if I or he gets some sort of maybe bad vibe off it. And he's just right. Yeah, I'm gonna keep away.
Well said. What have you got?
Well, as I just said that, I agree. And I didn't think too much into that, but I love those points. My room 237, if I could jump a little bit forward, and we will jump back and we will come back to the timeline. But so I went down a few rabbit holes, right? I was kind of spending some late nights. I mean, we were talking in the Discord server at like 4 a.m. a few times, just chatting. Room 237. Have you guys seen the documentary Room 237?
Yeah,
I haven't.
Okay. This is a documentary where different people take their shot at analyzing the film and what it's about from their perspective, how they see the movie. It was made in 2012, and the people that it covers are almost Kubrick conspiracy theorists. They are the Shining movie conspiracy theorists. Room 237. Why Room 237? Because 237,000 miles is the exact distance in miles the moon is from the Earth.
Oh.
Oh, we're getting into this one.
The key to the room says room number or room NO237. The letters that are capitalized are ROOMN, right? Because it's an abbreviation of number. So NO is only the no is capitalized. What words can you make with those capitalized letters? Room and moon. Danny is wearing an Apollo 11 sweater while on the hexagon carpet. He theorizes, the guy in the documentary, that this is because the hexagon carpet looks like the shuttle's launch pad. Kubrick faked the moon landing. 2001: A Space Odyssey was practice for him to fake it. Why does Scatman's character get killed as soon as he enters the hotel later on? That's because he was too close to the truth. This must have happened to one of Kubrick's friends. Why does Jack lose his shit when Wendy questions what he's working on? Because Kubrick would have done that when his wife was questioning him working on the secret moon landing.
Holy fuck, mic drop. Jeez.
All right, now let me just quickly Google how close is the moon to the Earth.
While Seb's doing that, I've always been on the flip side of that I don't think that is all real, but I can see the details are set out, and if it ended up ever being proven right, I'd actually fully be like, oh my god, they were insanely right. Well, I can't see it. I just can't.
Okay, this is me telling you what this guy thinks. This is not what I think.
Oh,
of course.
Let me get that clear. Okay, the Google search shows us that the moon is actually 238,855 miles from the Earth, so completely wrong, right? Here's a quote from Tom Lethem from Far Out magazine. In the book Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, editor Lee Unkrich explains that Kubrick had used the Timberline Lodge Hotel in Clackamas County, Oregon, to film the exteriors of his film adaptation. The manager of the lodge fully expected there to be an influx of bookings to arrive after the movie was released. Yeah. However, the manager was concerned that guests would not want to book into room 217 after Kubrick's film was screened because they might have been afraid of being chased by a bloated body in the bathtub, right? Just to get away from that, the original room in the book is room 217, not 237. Okay, so the manager requested that Kubrick change the number off the room. He proposed that Kubrick change the room number to 237, 247, or 257 because none of those numbers existed in the actual rooms at the Timberline Lodge. In the end, Kubrick settled on 237 because it reflected a piece of history from one of his previous films where 237 is in fact the number that needs to be entered into the computer in Dr. Strangelove in order to become the nuclear holocaust.
Wow.
The documentary is fascinating, Room 237. It's insane. I recommend it if you want to go right down in the deep end. It goes into so many crazy ways this movie can be interpreted. And I almost feel a bit bad saying crazy and insane because, as I said, everybody gets their own interpretation from this. Yeah. Is any one person wrong? Well, no. Maybe because this guy doesn't believe in the moon landing. But,
sorry. I jumped the gun there. This guy is wrong. Everybody else, everybody else gets a pass. Like as long as it's not batshit crazy.
I watched it and I was like, some of these make a lot of sense, and then there's some of them like you're a little fetch, like you're stretching it. But again, if they watched it and that's what they felt they seen, that's what they felt they seen at the end of the day. That's just it, isn't it?
Okay, I've had my Room 237 fun. Thank you for allowing that, guys. I really appreciate that.
Do you think? Right, we're dropping the. Do you think Stanley Kubrick faked the moon landing?
I do not, but as a 2001: A Space Odyssey ultra fan, I can completely see why people at the time, before they'd seen anything like that, if you're watching 2001: A Space Odyssey, you'd be like, "Oh yeah, right." After watching the movie, it didn't make me a believer, but it made me an understander of believers.
Okay.
What about you, Steve? Kubrick did the moon landing? Steve's on that side. Wait.
Did I just convince you?
Yeah. I'm a believer now. No, I feel the exact same. Because we have to remember when that movie was released, right? There was so little, like there was so little out there that could help you like disprove or prove your facts. And I think we've the value of is it hindsight now, or
yeah.
like of like what was that? What was 2001 Space Odyssey, 1967, 68?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like you just we've come a long way since then. Like, but I can absolutely.
Was 2001 the same year as Night of the Living Dead? I'm googling.
It is. Yeah,
1968. Wow.
Holy shit! Two absolute classics, and they were spoiled. They were cinema goers back then were spoiled.
The modern equivalent of this situation, right?
It's Five Nights at Freddy's.
No, is the people. Wait. How does that connect?
I thought.
Oh my god, the players are alive.
Take a second to think. Five Nights at Freddy's. Straight away.
No, I thought the question was going to be what is the modern day equivalent of receiving two iconic classic movies in a single calendar year? And I was going to be like, right, FNAF and something else. Like, well, it doesn't kind of go.
FNAF and Godzilla -1, right?
There we go. Yeah. Listen, I'll take half of that. I'll take half of that.
What I was going to say is the equivalent of like the people that are like, oh, Kubrick definitely faked the moon landing. Yes, Transformers, go out and smack your car. It's going to go out and fight another fucking car.
Right.
Like, it was just such a weird time. It's like, oh my god, it's definitely real. This space movie looks just like space, so he definitely did it. Yes. Go out and smack your theories
can be fun, but as we have seen with the current state of the world, they can also be very dangerous. So if you are looking into it, remember you're doing it for fun and for just to try and teach yourself something, maybe learn others' perspectives. But please keep in mind that
keep it fun, keep an open mind. Don't end up like the guy out there that believes that the Titanic never happened and stuff like that. That was a CIA crafted ship that was planted at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean or whatever. Just keep an open mind and enjoy.
Somebody's listening to this in the future where like everything has been disproven. Kubrick actually did do the moon landing.
The Titanic tragedy didn't actually happen, and
what are these morons talking about?
Right. Okay.
Back to the movie.
Back to the film. Where were we? We were the typewriter. Is that the typewriter? Oh, the typewriter changes colors.
The typewriter.
Did you guys notice?
Yeah.
Why is the typewriter changing colors?
Again, it's like I don't believe there are continuity issues. I believe that there's things that happen with that typewriter. Like there's a later scene again that I'll reference about the mistake with the typewriter. But yeah, it changes colors, and I think it's there to make us think. I'm like, hang on, that wasn't the same color as it was before, and you're constantly questioning the nature of the reality of this hotel.
If you've seen the behind the scenes, like the making of this, Kubrick is often on a typewriter, making new notes, like script changes, and he looks just like Jack Nicholson, the way he's typing. I'm sorry if you guys can hear the rain coming through. It's absolutely pouring down outside. So Wendy walks into the giant room, and Jack is typing, and to me, this was very much like when I was like a little kid and I was on the computer and I switched the tab before my parents walked past, or before a teacher walked past. But yeah, my note is Jack is an asshole and abusive to Wendy. You guys want to take on from here?
He fully dissolves into the insane Jack here, because I love Wendy. Wendy's absolutely amazing. She's so into the hotel. She's so happy. She's like, oh, what are you writing, hon? What are you doing? And he instantly just flips. He's like, when you're in this room, you're draining the energy out of me, and I want you to just get the fuck out. You're ruining my work.
Yeah.
But like the whole way through the beginning of the film, he's not fucking writing anyway. He's like tapping at things. He's not properly writing anything. So he's getting pissed at Wendy for no reason.
How later on we see what he was writing. How many months was he just doing that? That is really scary,
It's scary, the different ways he's writing it, different ways. So like the sentence is structured, the layout of the pages and stuff. Like it is that is a crazy reveal. Like that is a crazy plot twist that Like you think he's busy at work. He's so agitated. He's so close to perfection in his own words, and he's not got like my notes here. Yeah, she's trying to make small talk. She's doing her best to be a supportive, interested wife, and he's just being an unnecessary asshole. It's great acting again by Nicholson. Just you really do feel his anger of the character. You feel his agitation.
About his pointed eyebrows.
Yeah. His pointed eyebrows. Yeah. He has such a sharp stare as well. And there's such like in his voice. There's such malice in his words to his wife. And all she was trying to do was just like ask him how the writing was going and if there's anything he needed. Like it's just a crazy unnecessary conflict that he creates. And yeah, my last line is just there's a sad face, and it's basically, God, I feel so fucking bad for Wendy in the scene.
It is it's the start of her just getting abused.
Yeah,
it's really, really sad. And then we cut to our Thursday title card, and the snow outside is starting to get heavy.
Wait.
Okay, consumed.
I think I made it.
Okay, sorry. No, we did cut. So it's Thursday, yeah?
Yeah, we get the Thursday title card right after he tells Wendy to fuck off.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We have the snow outside is starting to get really heavy. Wendy and Danny are outside running around in the snow.
Yeah.
Playing around, having a bit of fun. And we cut to one of the most iconic fucking shots in the entire film, the Kubrick stare.
Oh, I fucked up. I already referenced that. Yeah, I referenced that. I kept referencing that shot, and it hadn't happened yet.
The snow is covering the hotel as the madness is covering Jack.
Yeah.
You can see the transformation in the landscape. You can see the transformation in him.
In him. It's a fantastic
shot. Oh my God, it's thunder and lightning outside. Do you guys hear that? This is getting wild.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
Hopefully we don't lose
There's a storm outside of my house. There's a storm in my brain right now watching this talking about this film.
I'll make sure we lose Seb this week if we know it's because of the storm.
Yep. Make sure to touch your PC, Seb, so it doesn't. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Make sure we don't explode.
Just turn off.
Last week the computer went into like sleep mode by itself, didn't it? So I have been every 5 minutes. I've been tapping it. I know it takes 2 hours for it to go into sleep mode, but just just in case.
We're good. But yes, that Kubrick stare. It's infamous. It's in a lot of his movies. All you have to do is look down slightly, look up at your eyes, give you the angry brow, and look straight forward. It is so good, and it's such a turning point for Jack as a character as well, because right from here, there's no normal dad Jack Torrance even left in there. Every scene after this is fucking insane, Jack.
He's just unhinged. Yeah, he's imagining, we don't know what he's imagining. We don't know what's real or what's not. To him, he's seen it all. We're seeing his perspective. But I can't believe I jumped a fucking excuse my language. I can't believe I jumped the gun on that. I can't believe I jumped the gun on that shot. I'm looking right. See, I can't blame the quill. I can't blame the ink. I can't blame the notepad. I'm looking down at the pages here, and I was looking at my notes about the maze. I was like, where do I talk about the shot? And then I was like, oh, this is where I talk about the shot. Further down when it actually happens.
Yeah. It's all good. I didn't even write the Thursday subtitle down, so for me that was all the same time, baby.
It all happened within the space of a few minutes. Beckham's
I like the Kubrick stare scene as well, because it's literally, you get the title card of the day. You see them playing, you see the stare, and then they cut to Saturday. They don't do anything with Thursday other than Jack's gone.
Yeah, like Jack. And again, what's your interpretation? Is he Beckham? Where is he looking, or is he just staring off to space?
I think you're right. I think he's a lot going on in his head, and I think the hotel is starting to get to it. But I think he's staring out at Wendy and Danny playing maybe out in the snow.
Yeah,
and just I don't even know if he's paying attention to what they're doing, but he's just staring out at them in kind of a fog.
Yeah. That's it. That's what I see. Who knows what he's looking at? I mean, it's implied he's looking at them, and even if he is looking at them, that's a terrifying way to look at somebody.
Yeah,
your own wife and son. Yeah.
Oh
Wow.
It's actually thunder and lightning outside.
Oh man,
We're just gonna hear.
This is incredible.
And join us next Monday for The Shining Part 2. Yeah, in case this call gets cut off at any point.
Before we get to stop us before we get to Monday, because I got to take a break and make sure everything's going to be all right. So let's get to Monday. Yeah. What else have we got?
Seb, okay. We've got 2 paragraphs from me covering Saturday before Monday. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's all good. That's all good.
Right. Okay. So we do get the Saturday title card.
Yeah.
And the snow, we get another shot of it where it's pretty much after covering the majority of the hotel outside.
Yep.
Jack's typing away in the giant lobby, I think. I keep calling it a lobby or an office. I'm going to call it the office.
It looks like the lobby, but it's not where they entered in, right?
No, that's what I mean. I keep calling it, but I'm pretty sure they entered in.
He made it into his office, but it's the lounge. It's the lounge.
That's the word we lose. While Wendy is off trying to talk to people on radios, I know she tries. Is it a really old phone system?
The first one. Yeah. So she's plugging it into the different lines, and it's not working.
Yeah.
So this is why she uses the radio.
So the phones aren't
the
working.
Forest Service.
It's like the Forest Ranger. Is it like the she's in touch with
the
them?
Police.
Or the police, yeah, just
I
like
think there's a sign on the wall with a big tree. I didn't look into what was written on it, but there's a tree and like a plaque on the wall behind them. So I don't know if that'd be the police or
it's like
more sort of forest in and around them.
Yeah, the emergency services sort of thing. But
I didn't write an entire lot of this because there wasn't a whole lot to take from other than the fact that they just tell her to keep in touch with them and to you can reach us, but we're not going to be able to come out to the hotel. You can contact us here. I didn't really write a lot about it.
He tells her to keep the radio on at all times.
Yeah. Because she asks, she's making small talk, right? She's asking about are the phones down? The phones are down. Is there anybody that could maybe, come out and have a look or like fix them or whatnot? And then it's just like he explains the situation. She's just like, oh gee, thanks. But again, here's another Steve Knievel special. I wrote probably an unnecessary amount about this scene because my takeaway was that I felt here that Wendy is so lonely already. Besides, Jack won't talk to her really. He dismisses her whenever she tries to check in on him. She has Danny for company, but Danny's a kid that as soon as she has any sort of any sort of conversation with anybody, she kind of almost latches on and wants that outside interaction. And it's just a way of she sat there. She has the cigarette. She sat on the desk talking to this park ranger or whatever, and it's almost like she's just asking more questions just to kind of keep the conversation going. That she's so already she feels so isolated and lonely away from her up there.
This is maybe the happiest she is.
Yeah,
and the most relaxed she is in the movie. Away from the. It's almost like a little
respite.
Reprieve before what is to come, and she is holding on to this officer or whatever, this person. Working in shops, you have people who come in and you're maybe the only person they talk to all day, right?
Exactly.
And it's a bit, there's those vibes
for her. That she obviously we've had the scene where Jack tears her a new one, and we can only assume that she has not entered then the lounge since then. She's probably kept away from there. So it's basically just she's mostly on her own, or if she's going and doing something like playing with Danny or going on a walk with Danny or something like that. Yeah. So it's her way of just all right, well, this is a fresh interaction. She's asking these questions almost to just kind of keep the guy on the line.
I really like them takes. I'd never thought of that. Usually in my head, I'm just like, oh, she's just reaching out. She's just trying to make sure that if they needed help, they'd have got it. But I never really looked into it any deeper. I think it's also because the next scene is massive.
Yeah.
So I just kind of brushed past getting out to the forest ranger, and I was just like, yes, next scene. Big.
Go ahead.
We cut to our favorite little biker dude, Danny, as he's rocking around. He cuts around the corner to be greeted again by the creepy little English twins in their little blue dresses, and they have the creepiest English accents ever. I'm sorry, English people, but these accents
they talk to him now.
Creepy. Yeah, they're like, "Hello, Danny, come play with us." And the movie might not be scary for the rest of it, but that right there is fucking creepy as hell.
Yeah.
So creepy. Just the way they talk and their voice is so like, it's just monotone as well. It's just straight up, just like, hello, Danny. And gets on my skin. I hate it.
The way this is all shot and the music, you get like the way he's cycling around the corners, and you know we've all now we're used to this by now. This kind of like scene of him just like cycling away, and we're what's what I'm looking for? Where we're almost ready for a reveal at some point, you know, that sort of way. And then this is where we get he turns the corner. There's a reveal. The twins are there, and then the music just hits like a crescendo. Like, and it's more of that unsettling, that like kind of screechy kind of that score. But I also have a note here about what are these accents.
So I didn't pick up on the accent. I'm English.
Yeah,
I didn't even occur to me. But is that like storytelling because this is a posh hotel, or is that because this was filmed in England? And
I think it might
be
deeper.
Child actors that were reliable were probably from England, right?
I'd like to think it's deeper, but it could be just the easy stuff. Okay. Oh my god, English accents are creepy.
That's interesting.
I think the hotel is quite prestigious. It's quite posh. And I've another kind of explanation for that. Kind of like on our like closing notes, or no, actually, no, not on our closing notes. Where Jack and Wendy will have another fight, and he'll make a reference about something. And that's what signified to me why I think it's a posh hotel. But I think it's just the tone of voice is just, it's unsettling, it's unnatural, and it's not like how a normal person. Well, not saying how a normal person, because I'm sure there is people out there that would speak like this. No offense, but it's their way. It's their way of. I like. Here's me, like just a simple Australian.
You heard it here first. English people aren't normal. We're not doing the Australian bit. We're not doing it. I refuse.
Me with my two Australian bros. We're gonna talk movies. We know Kino.
I refuse. I deny it. It's not happening.
But it's just,
somebody asked me if I was Australian yesterday, and I went, "No, I'm from the northwest of England." And he goes, "Oh yeah, that's where my partner's from. She's got the same accent as you." And I'm like, "Is your partner Australian?"
But my takeaway was like, they're there, like it's. They're just talking to Danny. They're like, "Come play with us, Danny, forever and ever." And it's just the way their tone of voice is just for us as the audience. It's just
the
like
first time they speak.
Creepy.
Yeah.
And we see the flash of them butchered.
Yeah,
right.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. This is the first time we actually get any visual gore, anything that's kind of. There's the shot of the two of them lying on the floor. There's blood all over the floor.
We have the
they're covered in
earlier.
Yeah.
Actually, that's true.
Yeah.
And the axe lying on the floor with the two bodies. It's only like, I think it blinks in, isn't it? Like twice. It just kind of blinks in.
It's two flashes.
Yeah.
It's such a good visual. So good.
So that's what their father did to them.
Yep.
What is his father going to do to him? It's very Grudge similarities again. That's what I've written down here.
That residual, kind of just energy.
Yeah.
The negative residual, like, energy caused by like the memories of the hotel. It's almost like it's like the hotel itself has consumed the prior events that's happened here, and it's almost like it's like a story, like it's like a collection.
This is the what is it in Spider-Man Spider-Verse? This is the canonical event.
Canon event.
Yeah, it's a canon event. Yeah.
Everybody who comes to Dover has to be stopped.
His kid's a question.
Yeah.
All right.
But, that's our Monday title card. So
Danny right. Let me pause this recording for you guys. There'll be no time at all. I just need to make sure everything's all right and check out everything with this giant storm happening. We'll be back.
Okay.
Right, we're back. Hello. I think everything's okay. I think everything's all right. We'll find out. Can you guys hear it? Is it coming through Discord?
No.
Okay. No, I don't know if it's coming through the recording either, but
we're good. We can just hear you.
Maybe we should add some rain effects to the podcast anyway.
Just a little bit, ASMR.
Rain does like Probably just in the slow synthy music with some rain in the back.
Yeah.
Right.
Where were we? Monday?
We are on to Monday, where Danny and Wendy are sitting watching a little bit of TV. Danny gets a little bit annoyed that he's not playing with something, so he wants to run upstairs. And he said he wants to get a fire truck out of the room.
Yes.
And when he's like, nah, I probably shouldn't go up there. Jack's asleep right now. He didn't really go to time. It's instantly a sign of the cabin fever sitting in with Jack on top of whatever the hotel is doing.
Yep.
So Danny decides, nah, fuck this. I'm going up and get this fire truck. I want to play with my fire truck. Okay. And when he sneaks into the room, he walks in and Jack is sitting on the edge of the bed, just staring at the wall that's in front of him. Like he's completely checked out. He doesn't really acknowledge Danny straight away is coming in, even though he could easily see him if like in his peripheral vision to the side.
Yeah.
But then when he does turn to him, there's a really, really cool shot. There's a mirror in the room. The camera is sitting behind Jack Nicholson's head. And you can see only his reaction. The two Jacks and only his face and he's dead. Like he's not even like he's a person. He's reacting to like a noise more so than he reacts to seeing Danny.
What I got from that is Danny is the composition of the shot. Danny is in the center of the frame, and he is in between now these two Jacks.
Yeah.
The mirror Jack, which, that is, could that be the hotel Jack? Right? Yeah. That's the version of him in the hotel. And then there's the real Jack who's sitting on the bed and we can't see his face, like you said.
Yeah.
That's a really good take on that. I like that. That sounds really cool.
We're only going off by by Jack's face we can see in the mirror, and it looks empty. It just looks kind of like emotionless, like drifted. He's drifted off. But I love this next scene because there's so many kind of like references to like prior events that's kind of like established on a bit more. There's like there's like an underlying kind of like message to like there's an underlying kind of like behind all of Jack's behind the conversation. There's underlying tones. But Becky, you take the lead here, and what happens next? So
Jack kind of locks in a little bit, and he comes in and he's like, "Danny, come here. I want to talk to you. Come over and sit on my lap and talk to me." Which I even like the way he says it. He's really creepy about, like, his voice comes across as really, really creepy to come over here, like forcefully, like, come over. I want to have a conversation with you right now.
Yeah.
The entire character that's sitting on that bed is even completely different to the first time we meet Jack. Like when he's into the interview, he's smiling, he's happy, he's like nonchalant, like you guys said. And now in here, he's dead. There's nothing. There's no emotion in him. His face is flat. His eyes just completely different. Jack.
Yeah.
Danny
then
asks,
we get
is this where he asks, "Hey, would you ever hurt me or mum?"
Yeah, they have like a little bit of a conversation before, and then he just comes out with a line. He's just like, "Yeah, would you ever hurt me or mum?" And it's I don't know. It's so innocent of Danny to ask that. Like, you know what I mean? In a way that, like, I get he's getting the vibes that like Jack's gone completely insane. But like, would you ask that question if you're in that situation? Would you sit on your dad's lap where he's going fucking insane and go, "Would you hurt us?"
No, you won't put yourself in that in that situation where you're like, well, he could hurt you now, really, if you wouldn't want to set him off now.
I don't think that's how a child's thinking, though.
No, exactly. Like,
this is a very inquisitive child too, right?
He's very curious. Yeah. He asks questions, and he asks questions that you'd think, right?
And
you would expect
me, does Jack take offense at this?
He instantly snaps back at him and is like, "Did Wendy tell you to ask that?"
Yeah,
instantly. Like there's straight to it, like an anger jumps out of him. He's like, "Did your mother put you up to asking this question?" Kind of response.
She turned the winds against us.
Yeah.
Turned the winds against us. Shout out Limmy, best nurse to you. Wow, a Limmy shout out on We Know Kino, right? But Jack gets on the defensive, assumes Wendy said something, and he shuts down. And then, I love this. This is another just a simple little throwback. Danny then says, "Do you like it here? Do you like the hotel?" And I'm paraphrasing Jack because I don't have his whole response here, but he basically says he likes the hotel and that he wishes that we could stay here forever and ever.
Yeah.
To harken back
So creepy.
What the twins said to Danny literally in the last scene. Yeah. Like he's just echoing what Dave said, and it's just you're like, okay, the hotel has, it's kind of like
it's repeating.
It's repeating. The residual events are just kind of repeating, and they've got their hooks now into Jack at this point.
We jump into the Wednesday title card right after that, I think. Then I don't think there's anything after the conversation.
This one's heavy.
I start. My notes start with the snow is thick.
Yeah. Yeah. The snow is no. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're going. We're all in. Or
I did write it with 2 C's. The thick. So, Bex, take us away.
Danny is sat on the floor on our beautiful carpet, and he's playing with his toys, and a random little tennis ball rolls up to him, and he looks up, and there's nobody to be seen in the hallway. There's literally nobody about.
That's
There's
so
no
creepy.
Wendy or Jack. It's such a good shot as well. Like the way it's angled to be like above him, and then the ball just rolls in right into where he's playing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so fucking good. But then he starts to wander down his hallway, and he comes across the room again, number 237, where the door is actually left open this time, and we can kind of see, is it a mirror on the inside? There's nothing on the mirror, but there's like a little, is it a mirror that's right in past the door, I think?
Yeah.
It's very dark, but there's a mirror there, and he's just kind of peeking in, and it cuts away from this to Wendy down in the boiler room.
Yes, she's down there, yeah.
I'm sounding repetitive, but Dr. Sleep does so much more with this boiler room than this movie does.
Before that, can I just ask, up until this, well, at this point in the movie, is Danny the only one to have witnessed any supernatural events? We've not had Jack see anything yet.
No.
Right? No. We've had only Danny's Shining and the girls. That's it.
Only Danny has, of our 3 alive characters here, has seen anything supernatural. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, go on.
Okay. We hear Jack from Wendy's point of view screaming.
Yeah.
Basically, like I always resemble it to like he's barking like a dog. Like the way he's screaming is like more of a yap. Sharp. Which once we get Wendy to come back up into the office, we see that Jack's fallen asleep at his desk and he's screaming the whole hotel down. It can be heard all over the place because he's having a nightmare. And when Wendy wakes him up, he kind of falls startled out of the chair. And when she's asking, what happened? He tells her that he's after having a nightmare, that he killed both Wendy and Danny by chopping them up into little tiny pieces. He makes sure to say it.
I'd ever had.
Yeah. And it's, for a second there, he almost looked repentive. He almost looks kind of like it's almost like it's like there's genuine concern from his face about what he's just seen about it. It's the first
him.
time it feels like the real Jack is there in that split moment where he's describing the grave events that's happened in his nightmare, and we get like, okay, maybe at one point in this family's like in their history that, you know, before things went awry, like Jack was a good, like a good, nice, loving father and husband. Yeah.
One thing Kubrick speaks about is this idea that, like, do we all have this evil innately in us? Is the real, you know, I said just then that's the real Jack, but is the real Jack this demon inside of him that is coming out now, or was was it a charade before, or is the real Jack being corrupted by the hotel? And do we all have this potential in us, and we just hold back, or because of, you know, society? It's cool questions that this movie asks you, you know?
Yeah, there's really a lot of things like that too. Like there's a lot of little sections that could give you your own. It's like one of those one of them books, tell your own story books. Like the more you're watching it, you're asking yourself your own questions, then you're giving yourself your own answer towards the end. Like if you're asking it, you're kind of giving yourself your own end, which I think is really cool. What were we on? We were just past the screaming in the dream.
He's telling her about the nightmare. Yeah.
As this whole mess is happening, our little boy Danny walks up into the room, and Wendy's kind of telling him, "No, go away, go away. Your dad is not well right now. Please, please go away." But Wendy, being Wendy, because she's amazingly soft and nice, she has to come up and make sure that Danny's okay. And we see that he's got bruising on the bottom of his chin, onto his neck. His little jumper is tore. His little shirt underneath it is all torn up.
Yep.
And obviously, instantly as well, Wendy grabs him up, tries to hold him to make sure he's okay. And the first thing that then pops into her head is that Jack had to have done this. If he's after having that dream, or nightmare, I should say, and then telling her, and there's only the three of them in the building, it's only inevitable that the past is after repeating itself, as we mentioned before, that Jack had already hurt Danny before. So
what I was asking earlier about Danny being the only one who witnesses these supernatural events, you know, people who go through like extreme trauma, they will make things up to try and make sense of the trauma they've went through. You know, you've got like victims of abuse who will imagine, oh no, it was an alien abducted me and probed me, right? You know? Until when I was watching this movie, I'm thinking Jack is abusing Danny and the ghosts are actually Danny's way of
coping with the trauma.
Coping with the trauma, And that becomes almost less valid as the movie goes on from here, as something that could have happened, or maybe that is what that maybe the movie is more metaphorical than physical. You know, that's something we'll have to discuss at the end of the movie.
Yeah, because she embraces Danny, and then there's a really good shot where it swaps to the other. So when Danny walks into the room, you know, you see Jack and Wendy in the background. So the camera's right behind Danny, and then when she goes over to console him, we flip it then to where Danny and Wendy are now in the background, and it's looking over Jack's shoulder, and she just. Before she accuses him, there's just a little bit of a hold, a little pause where she just looks in Jack's direction and she just starts screaming like that. He's done this, because she knows he's done something like this before, whether intentionally or unintentionally. But of course, in her mind, the only logical explanation is that he's done it again. And like Jack is just so out of it. He's just like he doesn't even really have he can't even really muster the words to defend himself. He just stays kind of like silent, but you can almost tell in his expression that he's like he's shocked by her accusations.
To go back to like repeated trauma, in the book, her mother abused her.
Oh shit! Okay.
And she actually got with Jack quite young to get away from her abusive mother.
Yeah.
And the reason why, even after Jack did all of these terrible things, the reason why she stuck with him is because she couldn't stand the idea of her mother saying, "I told you so." You know, like that she is worthless and that the guy she's chosen is a piece of shit, right?
Oh. Yeah. Poor Wendy, Jesus.
Poor Wendy, it just keeps getting worse and worse.
We're not even near the like climax of it then. Oh my God.
We cut then from this to Jack walking his way back into the ballroom.
Oh man,
and he's doing the gamer rage where he's throwing his hands in the air. He's talking to him. He's like, "Fuck you, mom! Fuck you."
Okay. Let's just focus on that game a bit. This is the moment when I realized that. Have you guys played Resident Evil 7?
Yes.
Jack Baker is very inspired by.
Oh yeah, massively.
Torrance. And I didn't realize this before. You know, the guy is chasing you through the corridors with his axe, and I'm like, he even looks. He's got a similar kind of look to him. He's the family man who's lost it. And when you earlier, Bex, was saying how you'd love Dead by Daylight to have Jack Torrance in, I'm thinking to myself, they have a pretty good relationship with Capcom. We might get the Jack Baker variant.
That's true. And I'd even like that too. That'd be really, really cool DLC as well.
Wow, that's just something I picked up and I was like, oh my gosh, inspiration. That's RE7. Cool. Because last week we were talking about how George A. Romero inspired that franchise. And now we're talking about there's more inspiration coming into that franchise. Just Resident Evil takes from a lot of amazing horror sources. Really.
Horror movies are just great, guys. They just really are.
This podcast is not only about horror movies, but we've just happened to choose a lot of horror movies because we like horror movies.
Two banger movies to start off with. So,
no pressure, Steve.
No,
you guys got to listen till the end to find out what movie we're checking out next week.
Exactly. We won't spoil it yet.
So we're in the gold room, the ball.
We've headed into the ballroom, and he sits down. I would say this is the most important for whatever ending you decide. This is the most important line. He sits right at the bar. He's holding his head, and he goes, "God, I'd give anything for a drink. I'd give my damn soul just for a glass of beer." And that right there is Danny saying to the hotel, "I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I'm literally done with what's happening in here. I'm ready to fucking go." And the hotel sees it. Yeah, instantly we click.
This is the transition of him talking to himself. To talking to Lloyd, the bartender. Is he the devil? What is going on?
I love Lloyd as well. He's such a mannerly little man.
a little slow tonight. Yeah, just his little quirky interactions with Lloyd is so good.
He starts doing this. This is what abusers do, right? Where he's saying, "I would never hurt my son." Yeah. She's saying, "I would hurt him. I would never do that." And then he's like, "Well, I did hurt him that one time, you know."
But it was an accident.
Yeah. So for me, because I missed out the doctor part at the beginning.
Yeah.
This was me finding out that he had hurt Danny.
It came out of nowhere for you.
I really love this piece, and there's a little piece I'll get into as I cover over, but he introduces himself and he just goes, "Hi, Lloyd," straight up, knows his name instantly. The minute he pops up, he goes, "Oh, hi, Lloyd." As we've mentioned before in the movie, when they first came into the bar, it was completely empty. As soon as Lloyd pops up, there's drinks all over the place. There's bottles instantly.
But we're in the 1920s now.
We
step back in time. What is the significance of the 1920s? Do you guys have anything on that?
I will leave that till the end. That goes into my ending for it.
Right.
So obviously, don't need to go into it with in depth. Jack is completely fucking lost. He's seeing people now.
Yeah.
He's not just angry guy walking around screaming, looking. He's genuinely actually seeing people at the bar.
Well, has he lost it, or is this actually happening?
That is whatever you want to take of it. That is your point on it. But if you're taking it on the side of what we've been given without deep diving the rest of it, Jack's gone fucking insane. He's just seeing people at the bar.
Yeah.
I like the way that Lloyd instantly knows what he wants to drink as well. He just hands him straight out his glass of bourbon. He knows that's Jack's drink. I think
he tells Jack it's just a small little throwaway line. But it's very significant again to the ending point that you're going to make, Beckham, because it's like he goes to pay and he goes, "I'm a little short. How's my credit here?" Which implies to us that even though Jack has been, you're thinking, wait, what does that mean? Like Jack, he's only working here during the off season, but it really does play into the end. It's like, has he been here before then?
Yeah,
it's like he's like. And Lloyd is like, "Your credit's very good, sir," or something like that. So it's just you're thinking, wait, but this is the first time.
The first time,
yeah. So
you'd fully miss it on a first rewatch if you think you're watching it. The barman comes up. Obviously, that's your weirdness. But the way that they talk to each other, it's like you said, it's like they know each other. It's like Jack's a regular sitting at the bar. It's so well written to just not hand feed you the information you're going to get later on as well.
It's exceptional, yeah.
I have lost my note again, so...
Okay, so did you guys have anything else on this interaction? Because they're going to interact more as the movie goes on as well.
Yeah, they're going to, Right. There'll be a few times now, The next scene in the ball is very important.
A lot of my weight is later when it comes to Lloyd.
Yeah, that's fine.
This scene is just introducing it, and I think when we get to a later scene, I have a lot more to say. This is just sprinkling in the idea of what I think the ending is.
So here, this is now... Wendy is now frantic and
she's distraught.
She's talking about how there's a woman in the hotel and either she or Danny has made up an excuse for what Jack has done. or this actually is some supernatural bullshit going on. I can't, like, for me, this is very hard because I really got into the idea of this is them dealing with trauma, but then I had to be like, oh no, ghosts probably do exist. I mean, The Shining, it's already been set up that Danny has The Shining, that supernatural things do actually exist in this world as well. So,
which the book does a better job. I think the book is a whole lot more supernatural than the movie. Like there's an awful lot more.
Yeah, this movie really delves into Jack, and the book is like, oh, this is a haunted house story as well. yeah.
It's a character study. It's what isolation, boredom, like what all that sort of stuff can do to the human mind. You know. It's so good. Like there's so many ways you could interpret it. But that's my point on Lloyd, because we'll come back to the room.
So she's screaming that there's is this room 237?
Yeah, she says it that he's after going into a room and seeing somebody, and Jack's kind of like, oh, okay, I'll go check it to get you to shut the fuck up, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But before we get to that, we do cut away to Halloran.
Big dick
chilling in his bed.
Oh my god!
In the most insanely set up room I've ever seen. There's two giant pictures of naked women above his bed.
Yeah,
they're obnoxiously big.
What's that about? What's the deal there?
Like, Bro is just a player. He's the coolest character.
Yeah, I originally thought he was on vacation, and I was like, because it's off season. But I was like, wait, no, he's not. He's not going to be. Surely, I don't know, hotels with like just naked artistic.
This is his own apartment.
This is his own
Florida,
place,
isn't it?
In Florida, yeah. I wrote Shining guy has nudes on wall.
yeah. I mean,
and they're obnoxious. They're huge.
Yeah.
They're obnoxious, but back then in the 80s, you know, maybe artistic, tasteful, but yeah, they're just nudes. They're just kind of nude.
And is this when this high pitched screech sound starts again, and you can hear the beating of a heart, and then it's like cutting between him and the kid having a seizure, right?
Yeah, we've got Halloran. He's like, his eyes are widened open, his mouth is there. He's just staring off into basically the ceiling of his room. Camera's slowly going in. We're cutting to Danny, who's screaming.
Is this the shot of Danny where he looks like he's just kind of like, he's jerking and he's
foaming from the mouth, right?
He's foaming from the mouth. Yeah. It's just wild.
This shot of Halloran was one of Kubrick's great fucking torments. 60 times he made Scatman do the shot to the point where Scatman had to sit down and cry on set. He genuinely couldn't do it anymore. He was actually broken on set 60 times to get a shot that I'm sorry, but you could have gotten 2 or 3. He's just staring up into the fucking ceiling.
We've not even got into the Shelley Duvall stuff.
No, that's
again, it's coming.
It's coming. Okay, that's great. It's not great that it happened, but it's great that you wrote about it. Okay, cool.
It's in a certain point where I feel like we'll need, like, you can't avoid it where I have it written. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You can't not talk about it. But this is where we get a nice little deep dive for me that I can't wait to talk to Seb especially about, because he's read the book.
No, I've not read this far. We're past me now. I'm so sorry.
No. The character you mentioned earlier.
Okay.
I have a whole lot written here, which we'll get into. I am very excited to hear your opinion on this. We get back to Jack. Yep. He's coming into room 237.
First off, it's like a roaming camera, right? And it's moving around, and then it goes into this first person shot of Jack's perspective. Yeah. And he sees it's almost like we're seeing it from the hotel's perspective and the whatever entity, and then that goes into Jack, right?
Yeah, the hotel is using Jack almost as its kind of it's puppet,
yeah, and that's when he sees the woman behind the curtain.
Oh yeah.
So, let's dive into Bex's basement, because this is where I'm going to get massively
Bex's basement bonus time.
So we get Jack walking into the room 237. Out steps this beautiful naked woman from the bathtub. Before we get into it, I'm going to talk about this naked woman because I don't know if a lot of people talk about it as a theory or if it's real, but I'm going to get into it, right?
Whoa, I've just realized the previous shot, the 2 posters of the naked women. This is the first time we see nudity in this movie, right?
That's true.
We've just had Halloran with the nudity, and now we've got Jack with the nudity. There must be something there.
That's the only part. Then there's no nudity prior to this part of the movie, and there's none afterwards. It's
But
just
they
this
both happen to be at this
Exactly.
point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Danny is seeing what Jack is seeing. Halloran is seeing probably what Danny is seeing.
What Danny's seeing.
Yeah. So it's like it's all just confined to this like this next sequence. Take it away.
The book. We've mentioned the book. There's a woman called Lorraine Massey in the book, which is the woman that Seb mentioned earlier, who was the woman that had the thoughts about the bellhop.
Bellhop, yeah.
Right? I don't know if I'm spoiling the book for Seb or not, because I don't remember where everything's placed.
Go ahead.
Lorraine falls in love with this bellhop.
Uh-huh.
The bellhop realizes that Lorraine is a very well-off woman and is using her to get money, to get the goods from her. And he decides that one day he's got what he needs to do and he just fucks off. Lorraine decides that she's going to start to drink away her sorrow. And eventually, because of this, she ends up taking her life. Right?
Oh.
Yeah. I could be wrong. I'm not entirely sure, and I should have really researched this a little deeper. I think the woman that's in the bathtub is Lorraine Massey from the books, and that she died in the bathtub after taking her life in 237 after the bellboy left.
It's more trauma that's taken place in the hotel.
Right?
It's more grudge.
Yeah.
So again, I could be entirely wrong, but every time after I've read the book, I've always connected Lorraine to the bathtub woman.
Yeah.
Every time.
I always thought the bathtub woman was Charles Grady's wife, but I don't know why I took to that, because I just thought
she's not chopped up though.
No, that's true.
It's always said that the Gradys were all chopped up into little pieces as well.
In the book, they do make a point of like, yeah, lots of horrors have happened here, but they've probably happened in hotels across the country. You know,
yeah.
I mean, it also it's to a bigger point about America was built on, you know, mass murder and, you know, like again to go back to the Native American burial ground that the hotel was built on top of.
Yeah,
that's definitely a point there that's being made.
So yeah, I just wanted to drop that there.
Cool.
Again, I could be completely wrong. It's just something I like to tell people that I think is the case. If Stanley Kubrick was alive, he'd probably tell me I'm a fucking idiot, and it's not the case.
I don't know if he would. You know,
no, I'd imagine he'd be fascinated by everyone's take on a single.
I mean, the fact
movie.
that we're doing this is because he hasn't said exactly what the movie means, right?
Yeah.
So that's cool. When an artist has passed away and his work is kind of now the viewer's work, you know, it's not his, and he can't ruin it anymore. I'm looking at you, J.K. Rowling.
Absolutely destroying your own franchise.
I've got here. Jack starts making out with her. Very nice, and she turns into a walking corpse.
Yeah, a water
it's
hag.
Gross.
Yeah,
it's so
bloated, drowned
I think
corpse.
There's a point to be made on the scene in the bathroom that might kind of put different ideas into your heads about your ending, Seb.
Mm-hmm.
Physically, Jack goes into that room and gets hurt.
Oh,
right. So when he comes out of that room, he's definitely hurt by somebody, to the point where his clothes is torn and stuff. And I know there's like probably could have done it to himself or whatever, blah blah blah.
I see hurt, or is
he's marked. All of his chin, the stuff is marked, and his shirt is torn.
That's the thing. With this woman, but that's
I think
movie,
he went
right?
in to try to grab her. Yeah, no, it's not shown in the movie that he's attacked. Like, but you see the marking on him and whatever. There's no actual scene of him getting attacked. But he said he's come out of that room, which he would have been in it by himself, and then he came out damaged with whoever was in there. So I think when he went in, the bathtub lady tried to embrace Danny the same way with Jack, not sexually, but like a different way.
Yeah.
He tried to get out, and she ended up just hurting him as he's trying to get out. So it gives you the physical. Back to the physicality,
but
the embodiment of the ghosts are actually there, not just a Jack's head. It cuts out the Jack's just crazy kind of discussion. It gives you there's actually something really there. There's no.
Again, this is what I was fighting with throughout as the movie went on. I'm like, okay, no, ghosts exist.
There's something really wrong in this room specifically, as well as this hotel. Yeah.
So he gets out of. But, you know, maybe is the ghost, that's like a trick. So it's not actually how, even though he's now seeing the ghosts, it's not just Danny. even the ghosts are a lie. It's not a beautiful woman. It's actually this bloated corpse.
Bloated old corpse, yeah. And she's just cackling and chasing him down. He runs. He locks the door of the hotel, or the room behind him.
I have another Steve level of meaning to that scene as well. The entire way through the movie, not that it would have ever had to have been forced in there, there's no mention of physicalness between Wendy and Jack. There's no like sexual, physical representation at all. So I think the entire time that they've been in the hotel, too busy locked up in his office that they never wanted to do anything. And now that he's starting to fucking hate Wendy, when he goes into that room, the hotel's like, right, we know what he wants. It's what every man wants. So they feed him the beautiful woman.
Sex, alcohol in the previous scene.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that, just put it out.
No, that's cool. So he leaves the room and he tells Wendy that there was nobody there, gaslighting Jack. What an asshole. This is like me telling my mum. There's no Native American burial ground in the Shannon. What are you talking about?
You'll have to apologize to her now this evening.
I already have, yeah.
Okay.
And he's shouting at her for fucking up his life.
Yeah. He specifically says he doesn't want to go back to the mundane jobs that he's done before. He's close to achieving something now, and he blames her for fucking up himself. And that's what my point earlier on about the hotel. That's probably why Jack was so desperate, because he probably wanted to rub. He saw this as a prestigious job, prestigious clientele. During the on season, he could be kind of like, he could be looked upon as somebody here. When he's going, he does the shitty job, but it could earn him some semblance of respect because he's done with all the mundane jobs. And that's why he probably he pushes so hard to take the job at the beginning and to do it well. He wants to achieve. He wants to be the writer. He wants to be a part of this hotel going forward. He wants his life to have some sort, like some semblance of probably like high class. He absolutely butchers her hair with his words, and it's another horrible it's a horrible scene to just as us as bystanders.
Your point there is very interesting. As somebody who's read half of the book and not the full book, I know that the reason they went there was to get away and reinvent his life. And I don't know if at this point how he is in the book, but it's not in the movie. It's not that he's trying to reinvent himself. He's still very much in the past. He's looking at the past. You have ruined my life.
I don't want to spoil out the entire book.
Go into it.
I think Jack at this point in the book is a very different character even than what we have in the movie. I don't think he has the interest at the hotel as more just himself. He doesn't even care if he's loved in the hotel. I'm trying to reference onto what Steve said. I don't think he cares about. I think he wants to make it as right. He wants to get out, but I don't think he gives the fucking shit what happens in the book. I don't even know about the book. He doesn't give a fucking shit what happens in the hotel once he's out. He wants bigger than the hotel. In
the book, from what I can tell from reading half of it, is that there's much more of a struggle within himself about the good and evil, whereas he's kind of completely taken over by the evil within him at this point in the movie.
While we're having this conversation, we have two different storylines going on from cuts. Halloran trying to get a hold of the hotel now that he's after being contacted by Danny with The Shining to tell him that something's going on, and the phone lines aren't working, so he decides that he's going to take it upon himself to travel to the hotel to try and get up there to prevent whatever's about to happen.
He contacts the county rangers again, doesn't he? Or
there's 3 or 4 different cuts when we're having stuff happen where it goes back to Halloran to him.
Do they try and contact the hotel? Because I don't think in my version of the movie they actually did do what they said they were going to do.
Halloran tries to call and it gets hit with a.
Sorry, but you're cutting out quite a lot. Just.
Am I? Sorry.
Yeah.
Let's see if it works now. Halloran tries to contact him and he can't get through, so he gets onto them and they try to, I think, and it's the same. They get the same cut off message that doesn't make it through to them as well.
Okay.
On our other timeline, we've got Danny, who's getting visions of the word red rum written on the door, and then back to the elevator opening back up with a lot of blood flowing out of it again. We're getting that shown again.
This is the first time we've seen Red Rum?
Yeah, this is the first time. It's just a little glance at the door with it there again.
The way I see that is, I mean, later on we're going to see it in a mirror and you see its reflection is murder, right? You know, there are people who dissect this movie, will watch it backwards and forwards, and you know, Red Rum backwards murder. So maybe there's something to that. But also, after learning about how Danny will pick words from people's minds and he might not completely understand what they mean, maybe he just got that word backwards from his dad's mind. You know, maybe he got the letters or whatever, and it made Red Rum, and he didn't quite understand that was murder, right?
I think in the book that translates well. In the movie, they don't do enough with the seeing the words.
No,
like what we said earlier. Like there's no reference to him seeing what people are thinking by a visual, like a word, like what we said in the book. It looks cool in the movie, and it adds up to be really cool at the end. But I think from the book carrying over, it made a lot more. But yeah, we then get Wendy starting to freak the fuck out. Says it to Jack that she's thinking about leaving the hotel. She thinks it'd be a good idea for them all to get up and go. And Jack just flicks and he goes off on her about how she's like ruining his work. We said this already, didn't we? That like he goes off completely about how fucking like she's completely destroyed his life and the whole lot. I think, just because I'm coming back onto this, I think this is Jack. I'm going to sound really weird saying this. I think this is Jack trying to protect Wendy before he's gone.
Oh,
right.
So I think, her off.
Yeah, I think there's a part of him there's the small bit in Jack left, and he thinks if he says enough about you fucked up everything for me, she'll just go, I'm taking Danny. You fucking lost it.
Yeah.
I think there's a small bit in. I think there's a viciousness to what he says that's a higher level than what he said before. Other than the like, get the fuck out. This is way higher to it. It's the point where I think he's saying it to be like, go. You're talking about going. I'm going to push you. Get out before this happens.
You need to get out of toxic relationships in your life. If you're in a toxic relationship, leave before they exacerbate. They get worse. If only Wendy had not been afraid of the cycle of her mother and what her mother would think, she could have divorced him and they could have had a nice life and none of this would have ever happened.
Poor Wendy again.
Poor Wendy.
Take a shot every time somebody says poor Wendy.
Cool shot.
Pour shot for
cool
poor
shot
Wendy.
time.
Right. Is this when he goes back to the gold room?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
He's walking out of the room. This is talked about a lot by documentary. He's walking out of the room, and Jack Nicholson looks directly at the camera. Right? Did you catch it when it happened?
You know what? I have actually dropped my notes at this point because I was so into the movie and I was planning on going back. I put my phone down and started making notes, and I'm just here for the ride at this point.
Right. So if you do go back and you're checking it out again at any point, try and remember this. They have their argument in the room, and when he goes to storm out to head back towards the ballroom, the camera swoops from the room to the door of their apartment room where he leaves, and Jack Nicholson looks directly into the fucking camera, directly into it. And as the internet will do, they'll have their discussions. If it was on purpose, if Kubrick wanted them to do it, I think it was 100% on purpose because of the way it was done. I think the way that the camera swooped around and the way his head goes straight at, like a camera that's moving, he follows it. He makes sure his eyes goes with the camera, right?
Right.
I think that is in a really, really fucking cool way, and it's in my own head canon. I could be making this up. That's Jack looking at us. That's Jack seeing us. Like, we're there. He sees us. We're there. We're like the ghosts in the hotel. He's looking directly at us and realizes in that little split second, he sees us as well.
Yeah.
Right?
What does
I
that
feel
mean?
like I've been crazy. I think he's gone to that point that like he's so fucking like to go on the insanity side of it. He's gone so fucking batshit crazy. We're there. We're watching the fucking movie.
The fourth wall.
Basically, that's what I mean. Like
I'm looking
there.
at Deadpool's
we're watching
crotch right now in your display picture.
Yeah.
Fourth wall breaks.
But like that's why I think I've cut that in every time I've tried to talk about it. It's like I think he notices us. It's a fourth wall break. We're recognized as sitting watching the madness that's going on at the movie.
Yeah, we're now very much in. I mean, as I just said, now I'm in. I put my phone down. I stopped making notes. I was, I'm in the I'm in the hotel, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's his shining. His moment.
Maybe
he can see
because
us.
again, like Holleran said, some people don't even realize they have it. They just have these moments of shining, and they wouldn't even recognize that it is shining. So Jack accidentally having a shine moment, realizing, hey, wait a minute, who the fuck are these people, and going about his business.
Creepy.
This shot is one I could have. It's an accident,
dude. You are cutting out, man. You're gonna get close to that mic, bro.
Sorry. It's my headset is like flicking itself around. But okay, I think again, anybody can tell me their opinion on this, and I'll listen to all of them. It's an accident. He's looking at us. He goes. He's fucking angry. He's just looking in the direction. I'll take every answer for this because every one of them works for me. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you guys. This is the last choice or the last option we have before we get into it. Do you have anything else to say about this part?
Yeah, no. You just spoke about
no. We're about to enter the gold room again. Yeah,
we're about to talk a whole lot more before we get near this gold room.
Okay. Okay. Continue.
We will get a little bit into it now because I have to, because it's starting to get into our section. We have to cut in and talk about the elephant in the room, that's Shelley Duvall, the situation, because from here on out, I've watched this movie an awful lot. I find it very difficult to watch Shelley Duvall from the argument in the room onwards.
Yeah.
Right. The performance is very fucking good.
Yeah.
But it's very, very difficult when you know what's after happening.
Yeah.
So there's like a saying where, some people are incredible actors, and sometimes you don't even have to. Sometimes you're not watching acting on the screen. Right?
Yeah.
This woman was traumatized.
Yeah.
Will I get into it and
go for it? I don't have any notes on this because I was like, I knew you would.
I'll ramble, and hopefully my mic won't be weird. I'm sitting at a good angle. I'll ramble.
You could have. I was just saying that.
As soon as you said it cut out. Yeah.
Okay, I have it sitting on my chin now. It's like shouldn't like flick about. Right. I'll ramble. I'll say my piece, and then I'm going to let you guys react to it after, because I have a lot written about this that I just want to say. Right.
Okay.
So Shelley Duvall, her acting in this movie, there's not a single second of it after this point that's fake.
Yeah.
She comes across as very anxious. She's fucking panicked. She's stressed. She even looks weak. Even to look at Shelley Duvall in this, she looks weak. Compared, and she's a frail woman anyway, but compared to this, she feels so frail. Like it's two different people again. It's like Jack in the movie. There's two different Shelley Duvalls. It's not even Wendy. It's two different Shelley Duvalls. To summarize at the start, Kubrick is a fucking ass. To get the performance he didn't have to do. There's a line that you should cross or shouldn't cross, and he definitely went way over it. You can get a fantastic performance out of somebody to this level without being fucking abusive.
Yeah.
Like Kubrick, there's so many little interviews I have. Excuses that he was like, "Oh, we needed to be real. We need you to feel like Jack is actually coming to kill you. You need to portray that." Like, there's so many performances in horror movies that are just like as good where you're not being fucking abused to do it.
So what did he do to her?
Right. So I have it all here. I'm just reading the paragraphs. I'm paraphrasing. I'm direct reading what I wrote. Kubrick's excuse was that she obviously was like, she had to go nuts. She had to go insane, that she had to be traumatized and frightened. But how did he end up doing it? Because it was basically psychological torture. Right. So when anything went wrong in the movie that involved Shelley Duvall being included, no blaming Danny for acting, Jack's acting, the cameraman, anybody on set, anything that involved Shelley Duvall on the screen, she was at fault. Even if she wasn't, it was her.
Yeah. And Jack Nicholson and Kubrick they got on like best friends throughout the movie. And
even like Shelley Duvall says she loves Kubrick even after this.
Okay.
Which I like. There's an interview. I don't know if it was around the time of this being made, but I don't know if I'd seen it in the recent documentary they did with her or before. She still has high respect. She just says that she'd rather, like, if this had been done in a different way, which I don't understand. I don't know how she can sit there and be like, I love him and he's amazing in this.
I've watched loads of documentaries about 2001: A Space Odyssey, and the guys that worked with Kubrick hold him in such high regard, and they don't have any of these same horror stories that Scatman and Duvall have, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
He wanted lots of takes, but he wasn't evil about it. He wasn't a bastard about it. Mm.
Where am I? Yeah. So I mentioned it earlier. Kubrick's daughter was doing a documentary herself on the behind the scenes part, and there's a piece in it. There's a lot in it, but there's one piece that really clicks at me that fucking turns my stomach. Shelley Duvall is sitting on a chair in the bedroom right before they do the chopping down the doors scene. She's smoking a cigarette and she pulls a fucking clump of hair right out of her head. And she shows it to Kubrick, right? Like, literally shows it into his face, and he laughed it off. He just laughed it off. Like, literally, all she did was like if you went to itch your head, and then a lump of hair just fell straight out of her head, and she just goes, "Oh, look!" Like she's trying to play it off herself. Kubrick takes a look at it and just goes, "Cool." Like, what do you want me to fucking do about?
Sadist. Wow.
There's also a whole level of Kubrick's perfection causing so much fucking anxiety for everybody. It's written somewhere, and a lot of people have said it in interviews, every single day he'd show up to fucking set, he was changing the script.
Yeah.
Every single day he was coming in and telling them they needed to do it different. And on the pressure that he was already putting to come in and be like, right, you need to perform like this one day, and then switch it the next fucking day and be like, oh, I want this from you. That's fucking long. Like, it's unbearable. And sitting watching her being like, oh, he's doing a great job. We're making such a fantastic movie. It's like, Shelley, man.
I was saying how
said something.
It looked like he looked like Jack Torrance when he was on his typewriter in the behind the scenes, He's sitting there, he's doing the Kubrick stare and he's hammering away.
Heavy stuff though. Heavy stuff, and like,
I don't think she could have said something. I mean, maybe she did.
I don't think so.
I don't think we were at that level in society yet. Maybe we're still not in a lot of places. I mean, abuse happens everywhere all the time. It's very sad. This is a man in a lot of power.
Yeah. And like a lot of people in fear of their jobs that probably could have said something at the time. Probably didn't, just because they didn't want to be like the one to. There's
a thing that's said after it that none of them would want to work with him again. They all loved them. Why did Jack Nicholson not say something to Kubrick if they were close when they were shooting?
Yeah, you think
like I'm not. Well, I've always heard that Jack Nicholson and Kubrick were just having a great time, and they were both delighting the torment of Shelley Duvall.
I have a lot here to cover Jack as well underneath. Yeah. Right.
Yes. Continue.
We go into the scene that's coming up on our actual cover, the infamous chopping the door down scene.
I gotta just say, sorry, this could be quite triggering. So just so you guys know, going forward, it already has been, but it might.
Do we wait for that scene, or do you want to address it now?
I'm going to not get too deep into it. I'm going to talk more about Shelley scene.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, go on.
So Jack is doing it, and he's chopping down the door. So basically, what the instructions by Kubrick were, you have to think in your own head for the entire time. Anything in your head other than help me.
Can you just repeat that? Sorry, it's the mic.
Kubrick said it to Duvall that there's not a single thought that has to be in your head other than help me. My husband is trying to kill me. I don't want anything else in your head. Jack Nicholson is your husband, and he's coming to fucking kill you, right?
Yes.
So because of this, she got obviously very upset, got herself worked up. She got into method acting of whatever you'd call it now, where she actually got that into her head. Jack Nicholson actually got so worried about her that he was like trying to, he was trying to comfort her through the scenes to be like, it's okay, we're going to be fine. And Kubrick sat Jack Nicholson down and said, don't do that. Do not give her any kindness between scenes at all. Yeah. I don't want anybody giving her any type of kindness, sympathy, nothing. You ignore Shelley Duvall until this scene is done. Which is insane because we'll get into it. There's at least 60 different shots of them chopping that door down. Jeez. Like they shot 60 times. They had, and I think I have it written down. It's 3 days of work, 60 different shots of them chopping that door down with Shelley Duvall screaming. It's fucking insane.
just being in that environment, being treated like that, and then doing the same scene over and over again, right? Where you're on the other side of a wall, and you've just got whom you have to fully believe in your own mind in that moment is your husband with an axe trying to break into the room and butcher you. That's heavy, man. Like I couldn't. Yeah, and like I don't have a whole lot to say that Beckham hasn't already covered. Like it's just, yeah, the movie's a piece of art. Like it's an iconic, staple of cinema, and it will remain that way till the end of time. Kubrick is renowned as the great director and visionary perfectionist he was. Sometimes though, certain decisions just don't justify, like the outcome of that does not justify the not just the professional torment, but the just the emotional torment like he inflicted on another human to bring her to that place. It's very heavy. It's very devastating, and it shows her class as a lady even to this day. How she's able to look back at it and say, "Oh no, I love the guy." Like what an absolute class, like a lady full of class and an absolute sweetheart.
We've literally, all I have to say is, like, because we're coming up on our final act, this is the last piece about the whole Shelley Duvall thing.
Yeah.
I do love this movie, but that's the biggest, like, I don't respect Kubrick anymore because of this. Right. I don't. I love him. I love his movies, like, not him as a person, but him as a director.
Yeah.
But as a human, once I learned the ins and outs of this, not just the fucking Facebook pages are telling you the deep story of what Kubrick did to Duvall. When I looked into it, and I actually sat and watched Duvall crying. There's a point where she got so fucking ill, she was wrapped up in like a bed and then being dragged out by to fucking shoot. Get up, you're moving. I lost all respect for him, 100%. And I love this movie to absolute pieces, but I never will sit here and say I respect Stanley Kubrick after this.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my deep take on that one before we get into our insane, crazy act.
Again, now, for anyone listening to this episode, like in the future when it's released, like do yourself a favor, as we said throughout this episode, watch the movie. It's a movie that needs to be seen and experienced. But when you're around this part of the movie, you'll start to see Shelley's performance change, and now you know why.
Yeah, you're watching a woman in terror.
Yeah, like genuine.
Basically. And it is hard to look at, and it is extremely impactful for the artwork that we're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, acting should be acted. It shouldn't be fucking lived, like, right?
At the end of the day, it's still an extraordinary performance. Even like if you didn't look into what happened, it's fucking amazing what she's doing. But to know why it's that way, it doesn't need to be like that. There's nobody that should be going to fucking work and being absolutely traumatized to the point where her career didn't really go up after that. And I don't know how. You know what I mean? Like, all I know her from other than this is a Popeye movie with fucking Robin Williams.
I don't know if people liked...
They didn't, no.
The movie when it came out, so the reception was probably pretty bad. With Robin Williams, did you just say?
Yeah, Popeye is Robin Williams in a movie. If you've never seen it, just Google it at some point, look at it.
Stanley Kubrick, I don't know if I'm remembering this right, but like I think he was considered for Jack, and he thought Robin Williams was too insane to play Jack.
Imagine how this movie would be.
The irony.
Right.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Right? That's wow.
On you mentioning that nobody liked it. Insanity is about to come out of my fucking mouth now.
Okay.
The Razzie Awards.
Yeah.
Shelley Duvall won Worst Actress this year when The Shining came out on the Razzie Awards. Fucking insane.
Wild. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the movies came out?
Yeah.
A whole lot worse than this.
Yeah.
But that if you guys want to add any more to the Duvall thing before we get into it.
No, I think you've covered it.
It's hard to talk about without like.
It is hard, and I don't have the details in front of me. I just know that he was a piece of shit, and
it's touchy.
The few things I've seen over the years.
It's touchy. It's triggering. It should never have happened on any sort of level in that environment. And my just infinite respect to her for seeing it through to the end. And honestly, these last 15, 20 minutes of discussing this now, I miss the laughs, guys. I want to bring the mood back up. I
I'd love to talk to Shelley Duvall about it, though. It'd be one thing I'd absolutely love in my life to just sit and ask her about The Shining.
But again, I think she's just that sort of sweetheart that I'd imagine you wouldn't probably get. She would tell you about it, but she wouldn't. She would probably reflect back on it, and she would still say, "Oh, not a case of Stockholm syndrome or anything like that." But she might say that like what happened to her needed to happen, but it definitely didn't. She could be one of the. She could be that sort. She could have that sort of mentality on it that maybe she didn't see herself as a victim. That it was just that's what Kubrick had to do to bring the best out of her. But again, it's not acting. It's genuine. It's genuine fear. But
the way he was towards Shelley Duvall is completely different to, Jack and Danny.
Danny, yeah.
He loved Danny.
Danny famously didn't even know he was in a horror movie for like, after filming it, he didn't know he was in a horror movie for 7 years, because, I think he knew he was in a film. He just didn't know it was a scary movie, right? And Kubrick promised him the cycle, the scooter, or whatever it is, the tricycle, which knowing that, it's a bit like, okay, this
wild.
You can watch.
I wonder
his
what led him to do it to Shelley Duvall, though.
He's perfectionist. He wanted the realism. That's what that's what I see from it. I mean,
go on, Seb. Sorry.
Well, just I don't know.
It's hard to transition off of this into we're getting a great 30 minutes of movie coming up, though.
Yeah, we can get into that. As I said, I got no notes, so you guys, you take the wheel from, you just go on ahead. Go on ahead.
You cool with the Duvall stuff, Steve?
I'm cool. I want to answer your question. I think why he didn't, the treatment wasn't given the same to Danny and Jack is like Jack. I think, like you said, they're a good mate, and Jack's performance is pretty much flawless through the movie, right? So there's probably not a whole lot you would need to like. And Jack improvised. I'm not sure. I read somewhere that Jack improvised some of his lines at certain points and Kubrick just let him do it because he was mesmerized by the performance, right? So Jack got a pass because he's Jack and he's a phenomenal actor.
Kubrick called Jack like one of the best actors alive at the time. He was like, why would we get anybody else? Because Stephen King wanted who played Superman? Christopher Reeves. He wanted more of like an everyman type of character, type of actor. Because Jack Nicholson, you look at a Jack Nicholson movie and you're like, that's Jack Nicholson, He wanted more of like a handsome everyman character. And also Wendy, I think she was more of like a blonde cheerleader type character than we have the scared mouse with the black hair, that's Shelley that we have. And this is where Stephen King and Kubrick, they really butted heads because he took Kubrick bought the rights and then he made his own characters with the same names, right? And that's just what happens when you're dealing with remakes and retellings of stories.
But Jack got a pass because he's Jack, and I'd say Danny got a pass because he's just a kid, and I know you'd say, well, he's a human being. They're all human beings. Shelley's a human being, but I maybe Kubrick thought that she would do better with that sort of pressure than she would deal with the pressure more than
a young child would. Scatman as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. See, so. Yeah, we could talk again. You could do a full episode about just those incidents. So that's this movie in a nutshell. There's so much.
Move into Act 3.
Yeah,
final run of the movie.
Oh man, like this is probably this is going to take there's a lot here as well.
This is where we're going to get into some spicy conversations now. It's going to get
just ready. Lay it on me, guys. Lay it on me.
Right. Jack leaves the room after the big argument.
Yeah.
And he's smashing up the place. He's smashing up all these metal bowls and dishes. And as he's doing this, he's walking towards the ballroom, and we hear this cool 90s, 20s song that no matter how old I get, it's going to be playing in the back of my head randomly at the point. It just sticks with you. and there's balloons randomly all around the hall. Walking there, there's party decorations all across the hallways. It's really creepy. I think the song is really creepy.
I
think it does.
When I went to the museum, I had like a 1920s fashion exhibit. It was mostly on shoes, and the guy, the lead exhibitions guy, made the soundtrack for the exhibit, and this was in it. So I have heard this song a million times, and luckily, it's not like the other songs where like it would drive me mad.
Yeah,
because I would have to stand and just be on the exhibit and talk to people. And sometimes if the soundtrack is not very long, God, I hate some David Bowie songs because they're just repeated over and over again. So I had to do this fucking circus exhibit once, so I had clown music. Over and over and over again. It was terrible. But yeah, I like this song a lot. It's a good song.
I'm taking my opportunity to cause a controversy. I hate the Beatles, and I'm saying it now, and I'm there.
The Shining was inspired by the Beatles. That's why the
Don't say that. Don't say
That's
that.
totally fine. I stay on my stance. The Beatles fucking stink.
Oh my God, what are the names? It was John,
Paul, Ringo.
All right,
Ringo,
so
yeah.
The Shining, I think Stephen King took the word shining from one of their songs. I'm pretty sure from a John Lennon song.
Oh.
I will 100% ask my Beatles nerd about this after podcast.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
update
sure.
you. Callum is big into them, so I'll ask him.
Because I think he was talking about like how Yoko Ono made him feel or something like that. I don't know. I'm not a big Beatles guy myself, but I think that's a fact I've happened to come across like over the years that was a thing, and it would make sense because you can connect The Shining and anything Kubrick to anything. So
yeah,
that's true. That is true.
Yeah.
Jack gets into the ballroom and it's covered with almost 300 people.
Yeah,
we know this because I think it's Ullman at some point earlier in the movie references that at maximum the ballroom would cover with about 300 people.
237 people?
Yeah. If that would be the case, that'd be insane.
I'm looking that up right now.
If that is the case, that's insane.
Yeah.
I kept that note there because I was like, it is kind of cool because you know what's absolutely stacked that room is when he walks in. There's so many people in.
Yeah.
It's insane.
No one really bats an eyelid. He walks in, he's like he just takes it all in.
Everybody's just doing their party. They're just vibing, and we get to meet our esteemed gentleman Lloyd at the bar yet again.
Yep.
I love Lloyd.
I can't find any news on how many people are there. I can't see it on a quick Google search, but yeah, that wouldn't surprise me because Stanley Kubrick is wild.
A really good detail.
Now we're at Lloyd again. Lloyd.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you guys didn't notice, but I never saw him blink.
No.
Does he ever blink?
I just remember.
I don't. That was something that stuck with me. I'm like, this guy is just staring the whole time.
He barely ever emoted at all. With the odd time now, he would kind of like he might smirk or something like that. And again, his rapport with Jack. I've got a chance to interject here and just say Jack Gordon's the same again, doesn't he? And this for me is the final. This is the final gotcha moment. He tries to pay for it.
He doesn't have money. He's got money this time.
This time
he's got money this time. And Lloyd hits him with your money is no good here. Orders from the house, right? And then Jack goes
from the house.
The house, yeah. Jack smirks and he goes, I like to know who's buying my drinks. And Lloyd looks him just again, stone face expression. And he goes, not a matter that concerns you. And that for me is, right, that's it. He's the hotel has got him now. And everything after this then is literally just an absolute mind fuck. But that is the moment, right? He got the drinks before. He had good credit. And now somebody is almost seducing Jack Torrance by just like, buying him drink. And then oh boy, he walks away from the bar. He has a run in. There's an incident, and whoever wants to take this, because
So he runs into a very well dressed man who looks like a waiter called Delbert Grady.
Albert
right?
Grady, yep.
And that is different to earlier in the film. Was it Charles
Grady? Yeah,
Charles Grady was the previous caretaker who cut open cut up his family.
Yeah.
So is this the same character? Is this a relative from the 1920s? Is
this gives into my ending?
Okay,
which I guess I can kind of get into a little.
Go on ahead here.
I think that we are getting reincarnations of people, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's kind of like an infinite loop, and the Grady's name was mixed up by the house. I think the house made a mistake by calling him something else. They said it that his name was a Delbert here.
Mm-hmm.
And it was different before.
Charlie,
I think they mixed it up to try and get under Jack's head. Like they mixed it up themselves to try and get under his head, because he was already told earlier this name.
And Jack calls him on it. He's like, "No, you're the guy, the caretaker." And Delbert then says to him, "No, I'm the waiter. You're the caretaker. You've always been the caretaker."
This is the one scene I can't. As much as I sit and think and analyze and replay it in my head, it has me absolutely shocked. Jack, and this allows me then to reference my point earlier on during the interview, or during his first introduction to Stuart Ullman. Stuart Ullman asks him, "Oh, I suppose you heard about the tragedy here?" And Jack's like, "No, jeez, no, what tragedy?" But in this scene, Jack goes, "I recognize you. I seen your picture in the paper." So Jack did know about it all this time. Jack, you were the caretaker, and and I love how calm and collected Delbert Grady is, because I just have a line that says, after Jack basically pouring all this information out to him, Mr. Grady simply hits Jack with a "No, you."
No, you.
Because he literally just goes, "Yeah, no, you were actually you." And like, I can't, man. I can't. Like, I'm not often like stumped, but there's so many ways you could take this scene. Like,
even to this bathroom seems like another impossible space.
Yeah,
it's beautiful as well. By the way,
you walk in and the angle doesn't really seem right.
No,
you know, because is it directly behind the bar?
Yeah,
and it's just, again, this contrast, this bright red, you know, uber saturated room. Yeah.
Oh man,
it's real trippy, real scary, real horror.
It's almost like another like I sometimes I see some of these rooms in the Overlook Hotel as just like just other dimensions. Like how does Jack go from, like, you know, it's a ballroom, it's in high spirits and it's in full blast, right? He runs into one of the waiters. He says, "I'm going to bring you to the bathroom," and you're thinking, okay, where is this bathroom and why does it look like this?
Oh, it's something funny that happens. So when he walks into the waiter and the waiter spills his like drink on Jack's like outfit, and Jack is like, "Hey, I think you got some on you too," as he's like patting him on the back, and he's putting a big hand mark on his back, like he's wiping it on him, saying, "Hey, you got some too." And I was like, just Jack being a fucking asshole.
Just asshole Jack.
And so they're having this conversation where now it's, and actually, well, I didn't notice the bathroom, giant mirror. Which makes sense when he's saying, "Hey, you're the caretaker who cut up your family," or whatever. And he goes, "No, you're the caretaker." It's like the reflection.
Yeah.
It's been reflected right back at him.
So also like somehow Grady is a reflection. It's not Jack and Delbert. It's Jack and Jack again. Do you know? Yeah. It's the reflection, like we said earlier on, when you saw the reflection of Jack in the mirror, but you couldn't see Jack's face from that angle. It's like it's a similar framing that Stanley set up in this thing again, because Jack is looking directly right. See, think about so Delbert is between the mirror and Jack, isn't he? So when Jack looks across at Delbert, obviously in Jack's peripheral he's still looking in the mirror, whereas Delbert's got his back to the mirror.
He's seen it.
It's so fucking good.
So he's like, "Hey, your son, do you know he's trying to bring an outside party into this situation? Right?
Yeah.
And it's so weirdly worded the way he says it.
He's a very willful boy.
They throw out the N-word. That's where you're going with it. They throw out the N-word.
Yeah, because evil bastards, the pair of them.
Halloran is a black character. We haven't obviously mentioned it before.
Yeah.
Jack using it here is crazy because it's whatever for 1920s is Grady to throw out his N-word because of the times. Yeah. Jack knows who they're talking about.
Yeah.
He met Halloran. Yeah. And he says the word right back.
Yeah. But he says almost like in another trance state. Yeah. He's like Delbert says it, and then Jack almost like says it in a questioning, like in a questioning trance manner. But yeah, it's wild. It is wild to just drop that there. But again, you understand the era in which the Butler Grady comes from. Mm-hmm. It was probably just it was a common word to just kind of speak out like loud, but this next whole bit, whoever wants this is it's such an uncomfortable view in the way.
Oh, are we done in the bathroom now?
No,
we're at the last piece here.
So Grady starts to talk to Jack about cleaning up the mess that is Danny and Wendy.
Mm-hmm.
That he's going to have to do as other caretakers before him are after doing, and he's going to have to basically go and kill Danny and Wendy.
Take care of these two. You need to do your job. The fucking go kill him.
Yeah.
Grady here isn't the character as well in this scene. After he tells him, I think Grady is the character. This is the house.
Grady is the house telling him to do this. Yeah,
he's saying that this is time now. You need to do what's done before. Follow this, clean up the mess, because Grady's going to get out.
Yeah, Grady said himself, like he needs to correct. His family may need correcting. He corrected his own family because they didn't care. Like, I'm probably paraphrasing again here, but the entity Grady in this moment says, like, he corrected his own family because they didn't care for the hotel.
Without it being an entity, then this could be Jack, a part of him telling himself what he has to do here, especially with all the mirrors.
There's a part with Grady as well where he mentions that his daughters tried to burn down the hotel.
One of them did, yeah.
While his tenure as caretaker was there, and I think that's really cool. I think it gives them the reason for why the house was so urgent to get Grady to kill his family as well. They kind of had to rush it because that in the same way that Wendy and Danny are dealing with Jack and trying to figure out how they're going to get away from him now that he's gone, the Grady family decided that they realized the hotel was probably the problem, that their dad couldn't have turned into this, that the hotel is the problem.
Oh my goodness, I've just remembered the South Park episode that did this with the blockbuster. This is wild. Wild.
Oh man. But yeah, I have nothing else here.
We're moving on then to Danny screaming in his room again. He's just constantly going over and over with his little voice, Red Rob.
I have the line of just Jack brings Saboteur and he destroys the radio. He's on his little mission now.
Oh yeah.
And then it kind of cuts to Halloran, and he is. Halloran is I'm telling you, he's a real one. Does it cut to him? Right. Does it cut to him on a plane at this point, or is he already?
A little later. And this is his final call where he's brings up his friend to be like, "Oh, I'm going to snow camp to get up." I guess right now I can finally say we're into the business end of our movie.
Okay.
Which is insane to say.
Yeah, it's
3.5 hours in.
No. Wait, have I messed up my order again? Because I have Wendy's
right here.
Is she looking for Jack?
This is when Wendy
right
walks
here.
in
We cut to 8 a.m. title
at the typewriter, right?
No, that's what I have. Yeah,
we have the 8 a.m. title card first. It jumps 8 a.m. comes up, not a day. 8 a.m. comes up right before this.
Oh, okay.
Right. Because this is where it is, Steve. You're literally just after getting to the point before me. Halloran is flying in after this title card comes in. Halloran is on his plane flying back to the hotel.
Yeah.
I have a point to make here. What flight flies into a fucking snowstorm?
Yeah. Because they stayed on the radio that flights would be kind of like limited and stuff like that. But why are you flying towards
the whole idea of him getting from Florida to to the hotel in this? I don't know how long it is. I mean,
3 days, isn't it? Because
like from Danny, having his seizure to this, and he doesn't seem to be wasting any time at all as well.
What
it is. Yeah, what a great guy.
Yeah,
and it's very shocking when we do find out what happens to him when he gets there.
Like he drives through a storm. Oh my god! Just because he seen the incident or he seen what was occurring. Like my god, he could have kept his feet up.
Danny,
he could have kept his feet up in his bed. Chill out, watching movies in his nudie room. He could have been just chilling in his nudie room. And he's just like
nudie room, right? Guys?
We all have a nudie room, right?
Nudie room.
But
crazy time.
He's flying over Beckham. Where are we now?
We cut straight back. Wendy decides that she has to go to speak to Jack as he's working as a typewriter. She's got her little baseball bat clutched to her head earlier when she went to tell Jack about the lady in the room. She's still got that clutched to her.
It's not even a baseball bat. It's like a very thin bat, isn't it?
It's like a baton.
Yeah.
Kind of. It looks weird. But Jack's not there. Jack's not at his typewriter. So Wendy decides it's a good time to have a look at an amazing novel or play Jack's going to be writing.
Yep.
And all we have is fucking stacks of paper with all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, written over and over and over again and again.
Yep.
In different, it's even written like differently. There's like one that looks like it's done like a script. Then there's ones that's like, I don't even know what way to say it.
The formatting is different.
Yeah.
So it's as if he has been writing an actual novel, but the only words on the page are the all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, and he's just been doing that the whole time. It seems we don't see any other writing. So the entire time he's been at the hotel, what I'm getting is this is what all he's been writing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And the first time they mentioned the writing, Wendy, like they remember when I said it way earlier now, where they talk about it and he says, "Oh, I can't lock in what I'm writing yet." That's before he even starts to crack. That's where I think we have our last bit of Jack where he's trying to get it, and then from there on it's this.
Yeah, I have a theory that page he rips up was probably the last proper piece that he'd wrote for his piece. That was probably something coherent that he had written, and he just tears it up, and then everything after that. Another thing, when he walks past that typewriter, you go back and watch the scene now after this, or anybody that like is watching this movie after this episode releases. When she walks past that typewriter, I would put. I am so confident, right? I would bet all that I own that the typewriter itself is actually empty when she walks past it. And I don't think that's a continuity issue. I think it's deliberately empty. She walks past it, Jack's not around, and then she turns to the typewriter and the paper's just there. Again, it's the hotel fucking with the occupants again. I paused it.
The
and
chair
I looked
behind the typewriter in the earlier scene disappears and reappears. It's
all just
again,
deliberate.
Is it continuity or is it deliberate?
No.
How much? Yeah.
I could be coping, but I'm like, no. it's all deliberate. He was an asshole, but he was a genius. So.
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of genius assholes out there.
Exactly. So
all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. He's given in to his urges. He's making out with corpses and he's drinking. He's now not a dull boy anymore. He's playing, right?
Yeah. He's playing the game the hotel wants.
Is that what that means? Do you guys have anything about the meaning of all work and no play?
I think it was just it's just the isolation got to him, the boredom, and like I'm probably taking a little bit on the nose, a little bit literal that. It was just his like mental strength or his like kind of like his mental health kind of like started to like fracture, his mind started to fracture and break down. I think this like his justification was because there was just nothing fun was going on. Maybe the hotel was like, right, we like the hotel obviously the hotel wanted. I think my theory is just the hotel in its entirety wants Danny, right? But it's going to use Jack as it's kind of like not so much as a host to kind of like get to Danny, but it was just all work and no play is just the hotel biding its time until Jack was broken enough to take over, to consume, to get in. Like Jack and Dull Boy, yeah, it's good. Like,
so
and
she's freaking out. She's pulling these pages apart. She's looking at it, and like honestly, she looks at quite a lot. I would have stopped way earlier, but it's good for the tension. And then Jack Nicholson, how do you like it? It's something like that, right? Yeah.
The performances from both of them are probably two of my favorite as well. Even behind the Kubrick abuse, from here on out, both of Shelley Duvall and Jack Nicholson are so fucking good. So good. We have Jack kind of berating Wendy as they're kind of slowly walking backwards towards our staircase that's in the middle of the lounge. Yeah. Wendy's sobbing the entire time from here on out, crying.
Oh,
the entire time.
You could out.
Can you say that again?
She's crying. Shelley Duvall is just crying. The entire time through the film, she's just actually crying.
It's very impressive that she walks backwards throughout this entire scene up a bunch of stairs. Like,
she just looked behind her.
I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
And she's swinging the bat the whole time. Like, this is when he is. This cements him as just a horror movie monster at this point, where he's toying with her and he's like grabbing at her and he's playing with her. Like it's real horrible.
His mannerisms, his expressions, his body language, just everything is just like it's so wonderfully unsettling. Like it's like he just fully lost himself now, and he's just whatever has happened to his mind or whatever the hotel has done to him. He's fully embraced, and now he's just unhinged.
We get probably my all-time favorite line in a horror movie, same as Seb had his last week. As they're slowly drifting up the stairs, Jack's like, "Wendy, darling, light of my life, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just going to bash into your brains." Fucking great. Just the way he's mocking her, he's threatening her, and he just comes across as completely fucking evil right there and then. There's no old Jack left at all. This is ready to kill Wendy.
The mask is completely off at this point, and he's like coming. He's coming for her.
He's not hiding it at all anymore. Like the mask is gone, and he's just the
imagery of her, of the pair of them going up this staircase, and we've seen the staircase so many times, and he kind of eats shit, doesn't he? She like fucking smacks him on the head.
Oh, yeah, she proper bonks him. Yeah,
and he falls right down the stairs.
Crazy. Yeah, crazy little tumble he takes.
Our little Kubrick tidbit of the crying and walking up the stairs. It took 127 takes to get that one done.
Thanks, Kubrick. It's fantastic. I mean, it's amazing, but goddamn, it didn't need to be.
That heightened level of emotion for that many takes is crazy. And then, we get the scene that we just mentioned there where Wendy clocks Jack on top of the head. He's getting too close. She's trying to defend herself with the little bat that she got and just clock right on top of the head. Yeah. Then, because I don't know how she's done this in her state at all, Shelley Duvall. She had to drag Jack Nicholson into the storeroom that we get to see earlier where we've met Holleran. She drags him into the... I don't know how Shelley Duvall physically did it. I have no idea. No. It makes no sense. She is literally frail.
Well, when you're in these high emotional states and there's a lot on the line, you can become a bit superhuman, especially if your kid's at risk, that's what they say.
Probably adrenaline kicked in or something like that.
Yeah. So she drags him, and she is, because he's knocked out, and he's kind of knocked out, and she throws him in the storage cupboard and she locks it from the outside. Yeah.
Which is important.
Yeah. So continue. Refresh my mind here. What happens next?
Jack, he's kind of, like you said, he's not knocked out. He's kind of groggy. I don't know if that's a word that we use, but groggy. And then he kind of wakes himself up a little bit, and he starts to beg Wendy to be freed. Yeah. And he can hear Wendy on the outside crying, so he knows that there's a chance that Wendy's going to open up that door and let him out of the storeroom. But Wendy isn't stupid. Wendy's done with this shit and is not letting him out at all. And right as Jack realizes that that's not happening, he's not getting out, another just fucking great line. I've got a big surprise waiting for you.
Because
Wendy lets him know that I'm going to take Danny and we're going to take the snow cat and we're
call the
going to
police and
leave.
get the snow cat.
Yeah. And he the way he says the line, I've got a prize waiting for you. It's good. It's just pure insanity coming from Jack Nicholson. And then obviously Wendy wanders out to see what the fuck he's talking about, and he's after tampering with the snow cat.
We can tell when you get
screen.
more hyped because the mic starts peaking and you're obviously moving around and you're cutting out.
There's just silence
bad. I'm sorry, but Wendy goes out and it's been tampered. Jack's after tampering with the snow cat.
He tries to manipulate her and then he tries guilt tripping her because he says like, you hit me pretty hard like on the head and stuff. And like when none of that works, you can actually see his whole demeanor change. He tries gaslighting, he tries manipulating, he tries guilt tripping her, and she's not having any of it. And then he switches up and he's just like, she said she'll call a doctor and she'll come back from and stuff like that. And he says, I've got a few surprises waiting for you. Like he's destroyed all methods of escape.
Big 4 p.m. title card rocks in.
Yep.
And Jack's having himself a little snooze with Oreos and peanut butter around him.
He's after having a snack.
I was actually surprised at how long Oreos have been a thing. As we were saying earlier with like the Karamak, like apparently, you can read into all of the things that are behind him, the Heinz tomato ketchup, and it all could have mening,
Yeah. Jack had a little game. He had a little gamer nap. He's after having like a couple of snacks, and now he's rested up and he's ready to go again.
Yeah.
Oh, so man. We get a very, very important scene with the voice of Grady on the outside of the door talking to him.
Yep.
Which I think is a giant part because I think the hotel here is panicking. They thought Jack could get what they wanted done, so they send Grady to reinsure him to make sure that Jack himself realizes you get out here, you need to get this done, or everything that's built in here, everything we've grew as the entity that we are, is going to fall apart once Wendy gets out and tells people what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the book maybe because so again, spoilers for the end of the book. At the end of the book, the hotel, does it get blown up? Does it get destroyed?
That goes into, I think that's Dr. Sleep does that.
Right. So because Dr. Sleep is more a sequel to the book than the movie. So I feel like the hotel itself is at risk in the book, where that doesn't really seem to be the case of the hotel in the movie. Like the hotel isn't at risk of being destroyed, whereas in the book I think that is on the line. I don't know. I need to get to it. I'll read it.
No, I think you're right. I think the movie's more so worried about losing Jack and Wendy, but more importantly Danny and Jack, where like you said in the book, it's more terrified of somebody destroying the entire hotel as a being
defensive
itself. Yeah.
Okay. So Jack and Delbert, they're having a conversation. They're chatting.
Yeah. And Delbert Grady he's kind of egging on Jack. He's making sure to pass on the message from the house that if we give you another chance right now, you need to make sure that you finish this, right? And then he opens the door, which is another example of the unexplainable. It's Jack's insanity. How would the door have opened from the outside?
Okay.
Right.
So you know how I said I was watching this from the standpoint of most of the stuff could be in their head. And I got to this point and that really stumped me. I was like, well, the door opened, so what the fuck? But it could have been Danny, right?
Oh. Yeah, because this is the first proper. Now, it could have been Danny because everything that's happened so far, this is the first time that the hotel has actually manipulated and like an object. Yes, it's made apparitions appear and disappear, but like something on the other end of that door open the door physically.
And like Danny is the only one who's not accounted for there. So because we know where Wendy is.
Yeah, Wendy locked it. So I'm just thinking to myself, right, something else is As after opening that, and like part of me wants to be like, right, I want to kind of keep it grounded, but we've already seen
The
just like
grounded take is that it's got to be Danny, but
Right.
the where you were going there, Bex.
Yeah.
The unexplainable. I mean, the explainable is it's Danny. The unexplainable is ghosts.
Yeah.
Right? The house is doing it for him. It's giving him one last chance.
Yeah,
Here.
because Grady's been, Grady's speaks to him in a condescending manner. He berates Jack for not getting the job done, and Jack says, Jack promises to take care of it, and then you just hear the door unlock on the other side, and
so Jack is out. Where's Wendy at this point? Once he gets
They've
out,
gone back up to the room, because this is where I was going to do a counter saying that it could be Danny. Not that I believe that this is what it would be. The next shot that we get is Wendy's asleep in bed for whatever reason, and Danny gets the knife, and we get to the red rum lipstick drawing on the door up in their room.
that's
right?
so creepy.
Mhm.
This
So
little
I
kid
think-
hanging over her, going red rum with a knife.
It is. It's so, and the voice as well, just constantly saying
So
it's
that for me is maybe right. The entity's kind of taken over Danny. That would make sense if he then opened the door.
Mhm.
Just to play the devil's advocate to it, I think Danny could possibly be in the room asleep during the fight on the staircase.
Oh yeah,
And then we cut to Wendy going to bed afterwards with Danny, and they were planning to get out the morning after because she feels comfortable that he's locked in the safe room.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right? Again, not that I even have put thought to Danny coming down and opening the door, and I think this, I'm on the side of it. The house has opened the door for him to come out.
If Danny's already in that mindset and he's
he's in a trance, isn't he?
Yeah, the trance state, then that makes sense that maybe even if it is the house opening the door, the house could be opening the door through Danny.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because is he fighting? Is he resisting the trance? Then is that like why he is he trying to communicate and trying to be loud? Is that his way of communicating with Wendy, or I don't know? He's in a trance and he's going red, and he's just like,
and he walks up. It's the mirror that he draws on.
Yeah.
Again,
He
it's
writes
this reflection of the two sides.
Yeah.
He writes it onto
what's
the
his
door,
little
and the
imaginary
mirror
friend Tony?
feeds it back.
Tony.
Yeah.
Maybe there's Tony taking over here.
That's what I think. I think you guys are saying that the house is taking. So basically, just what I'm gathering, what you two are saying, that the house is taking over Danny and made him write red rum on the door, right?
Yeah.
I think it's
maybe.
Tony has took over control of Danny at this point, and he's protecting him because
you don't
of what's
think
about to happen.
You don't think it's a Maleficent. You think it's good that he's.
I think it's a warning. I think it's the warning. I think I think the house is scared of The Shining. Tony is obviously the embodiment that Danny has given to The Shining because he doesn't understand entirely himself what it is.
Yeah.
So I think
Tony
I was
and The Shining
controls
Tony
it.
as a separate entity. Like this is nothing to do with the. Well, maybe it's something to do with The Shining that he can interact with it, but like, what's Scatman's character called again?
Halloran.
Halloran he's a bit shocked to hear about Tony, to hear about that.
Yeah.
So, and he knows about The Shining. So to me, that Tony is a different thing from the power of The Shining. I didn't see. I mean, it could be either way, right? But I didn't see what you just said.
That's like the theme of the movie.
Yeah,
no matter what you think,
we get different things out of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Creepy little boy.
Creepy red rum scene is happening. We see Wendy's walking up and she sees the word obviously written onto. I think it's the door. Is it the mirror or the door? I think it's the door.
She looks at the mirror and the reflection is onto the door. Yeah.
The
way he's saying that, I've just had this sudden thought. Like the reason why they speak like that in The Grudge is because there's no air getting through, so it's more of like the vibrations of the throat.
Yeah.
This could be an entity that is not alive. It's not using the air in his lungs. Is that red rum?
It's true. Yeah, it's true.
You know, like in Jordan Peele's Us, where they talk. They talk on the inverse of the breath. Maybe there's a reason why Stanley Kubrick made him speak like that. Maybe that's to it.
That could have been something interesting to see if they'd said anything about it at some point.
All of these things you can look into, and we're getting to these points like naturally by just talking and discussing it. So then this is, we could then go on and do more with this. As you said, this entire podcast every week could just be The Shining.
Yeah.
This episode is just deep diving into everything Danny's done and why he did. We ready to move, or do you want to do anything else with the red roll on the door?
No, she wakes up, she embraces Danny, and then immediately, before we even have a moment to breathe, bang onto the door. Like literally, Jack is back. Jack is out, and he's back, and he has an axe, and
it's fabulous.
It's so fabulous. I think
I love this shot so much.
His first line's like, he's like, Wendy, I'm home, and it's just it shit hits the fan here now. Go ahead.
So as Steve said, Jack is now swinging his axe, and the camera follows the axe. He swings it. I love that bit about it. It's like every swing, bang, camera's following it. Bang, camera's following it back.
Is this when Wendy pushes Danny out of the window?
Yeah, we're getting to that.
When we go into the bathroom, that's what happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we're still in the. It's the opening into their bedroom, and they have an ensuite bathroom. He was
so good at knocking the doors down; they had to strengthen the doors because he was he was a reserve like firefighter or something like that previously.
They went through 60 doors.
Yeah, right. So he was he was way too good at chopping these doors down. So
I believe it. Like you can see his form. Those are legit swings. Yeah,
I was wondering. I had to look into that because I thought that was like cut. Maybe that was an actual like somebody who worked for the fire brigade actually chopping at the door. But no, that's Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
Big strong Jack Nicholson.
Yeah. Terrifying.
His performance here just captivating.
It's great. I have a nice little conversational piece here that I've written, but we get into the room and he gets to see that now Wendy and Danny have gone and trapped themselves into the bathroom to hide away from him, which is their ensuite. And Wendy's decided there's a little opening window, get Danny out, and Wendy tries to get through it, but she's not able to. And we get the infamous, probably most famous scene in this movie where he's axing down the door. We get a little slit just big enough to poke his head into it. The line, "Here's Johnny."
Yeah.
What is that?
I have this.
Who's Johnny?
Explain that to Max.
It's just him. He literally just was like, cool. And I have looked at not just, I'm randomly spitting. He just did it. He just came out with a "Here's Johnny." It's just improvised. That line right there.
Improvised that, you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jack Nicholson improvised in this.
All right. Well, that makes sense. That line. It doesn't make sense.
No. I have a wrote here. This is what I want to get opinions on. Right. I have this on my Mount Rushmore of horror movie. Right. So 4 pivotal just shots of a movie from horror that I think is top. There's this. I've the scene from The Exorcist where the priest just walks into the light, shines down on him. There's something about that scene that's just fucking perfect.
Okay.
The final shot of TCM as the car is driving away, she's screaming, Bubba does it. And I have Chris Washington from Get Out falling into the sunken on my Mount Rushmore of scenes.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to ask you if you could quickly do it to see if you could pick a 4 scene. I know that's kind of hard to just scrape out your brain.
One of these ones for me is the hallway in It Follows, where she's looking down the hallway and her friend is kind of stood in the archway of the door. I don't know have you both seen It Follows? Yeah,
I watched it when it first came out.
And her friend is kind of looking at her because her friend obviously can't see the entity, and this big fucking massive dude is just walking through down the like he just comes out of the shadows, and he just like he has to lean down to get through the door. That one is for me. Another iconic one is the Ready Player One. It's the Shining part where it's just like.
I hate you.
I'm trying to
That's a tough question, Bex. Like,
I think that should be maybe something we dive into as an episode.
Yeah. We do. If one week we don't have time to watch the movie, we just get into what our favorite
discussion.
That's cool. That's a cool idea.
Okay. Yeah. I think I just thought I'd throw it up because it's, but we definitely could dive into it another time.
Where are we now?
We have the most terrified looking Shelley Duvall or actress in general tucked into the corner of the bathroom as this is all happening. She's screaming. She's got her little,
like a banshee.
I don't know what kind of knife it is. It's like a kitchen type of knife. I don't know what it is.
She grabbed it. Yeah, when she locked Jack in, she kind of like
scream queen. You know, you can't grab the knife from the kitchen.
Something to defend herself, and she's holding on to that for dear life. And you could see her right the way the camera is set up. You see her in frame, and she's leaning against the wall. But then you can also see the axe just coming in the door. Like with each new hit, and he's really just chopping it down, and then like Beckham said, he knows where she is, and he just kind of squeezes his face into the gap, and she's just.
Did you get closer to the mic?
I would context that.
You just went real close to the mic.
when you went squeezes, it was like
his face.
I did it for dramatic effect. My voice gets louder when I'm excited, but when it's just so good. And then
the snow on the outside is just at the right height for Danny to slide
down. Slide down. Yeah. It's literally climbed up to the window.
We get Jack reaching in to try and open the door now that he's got the slit. And Wendy just hits him one time with a knife, a little cut in his hand, does enough to have Jack Nicholson screaming fucking bloody murder as if he's after losing his hand. But as that happens, we hear the sound of a new snowcat showing up right outside, which distracts Jack enough to be curious to go and look at it. Gives up his entire mission to kill Wendy. He just hears this snowcat and he's like, right, I need to fucking figure out what this is. This can't be good.
Mm-hmm.
This scene is where we first see Jack limping.
Yeah. And why is he limping?
He's limping because he fell down the stairs. And when he fell down the stairs, he hurt his ankle. He twisted his ankle.
Yeah.
But I see so many people on the internet being like, he's so deformed and there's so many souls in his head that there's somebody took over now and that person had to. I don't see that. That's one of the things I can't get. There's somebody else controlling him and they've taken it like a physical effect.
He's literally being possessed by somebody who also had a limp.
Yeah, that's what I've seen when I was looking at it.
There's more souls trying to fit into his body. It's deforming him and turning him into more of a monster.
Yeah, I don't see that though. That's what I don't buy into.
I like that.
It is cool. I don't.
It's cool.
We have
So she pushes him out of the way, and then she runs out, and then he goes
looking for whatever made the noise, which we unfortunately get to see who made our noise. It's Big Man Dick.
Yeah. Big Dick Halloran, yeah. And
he's kind of walking around, really shouting out anybody around, and we get probably our only jump scare of the movie where Jack jumps out and catches Halloran right in the chest with an axe.
Halloran travelled for 3 days to get here, and as soon as he gets here, he's instantly cooked. He's just killed, right? Straight away. And it's so anticlimactic because you think this is going to be the big hero, right? He's this big hero moment. He's going to save them. Just dies. He gets the axe in his chest, and that's him. They never come back to him. He's just they come back to his dead body, but he's dead.
My point here. He was real talk. Halloran was a real one. He cut his work break short, literally flew God knows how long, drove through a snowstorm to reach his family just to be killed. And then in brackets I said, well, he also had The Shining, so shouldn't he have seen something like this potentially happening? Shouldn't he have expected Jack to be on a murderous rampage?
But maybe it's like an Obi-Wan where he knew that this was going to have to happen. He had to die for this.
He had to
die. I don't like that.
Deeper.
If you're going to go into characters with foresight,
And then I have my last special of the note is the great shot of where Halloran dies. Right, bear with me here because it's going to sound so probably full of copium. But I went back and I rewatched both scenes to compare them. So where Halloran is moving, he's walking up the corridor and he's just outside the general manager's office. Right, he's just outside Ullman's office, right? And that's where he dies, right? And I said, like, it's the exact same shot. It's behind him. He's walking. The office is on the left. Jack comes out from the right, hits him with the axe, kills him. Halloran's tenure with the Overlook Hotel ends in the exact same place that Jack's tenure began. And I was like, I'm really proud of that. I give myself a little pat on the back.
That's nice.
I give myself a little pat on the back because like he dies there just outside the general manager's office.
The office.
And that's where his story ends, basically where Jack's began with the hotel. Yeah.
See, again, this is why we pay Steve the big bucks. He comes up with this.
Just to digress a little bit, we were talking about how he had the Shining. Why didn't he see this? His Shining power is not as strong as Danny's.
No, Danny's
in the book they go into it where he goes, "Wow, you can really shine," and he actually asks Danny to hit him with all he's got. Right?
Yeah.
And Danny, almost like he uses the Shining, his mind powers, to shoot Halloran.
Yeah.
And he even holds back because he's like, I don't want to hurt him. But Danny can injure people with his mind. And Halloran like gets a nosebleed and he's almost knocked back when Danny like tries to like throw a metaphorical mind ball at him, basically pitches at him. So Danny's got force. He's got his Jedi. He's like, but Halloran isn't as powerful as Danny. Danny really is the chosen one. He's got all them midichlorians, you know?
Yeah.
I kind of want to let one of you go with the next scene and I go after it, because the next scene is one of the weirdest, most batshit fucking insane things ever.
Have we got to where he's looking for Danny and they're in the kitchen? They're going through the...
Two of these scenes are playing at the same. So we've Wendy wandering around looking for Danny while Jack's wandering around looking for Danny.
So while Jack... So before Jack got to Halloran, right, he's walking through the kitchen and I was like, God, this is like Jurassic Park. The way the shot is, and he's hiding in the trolley, the cabinets,
the slidey door trolley. Yeah,
back to Spielberg, right?
Yeah.
That was a good one. Hey, Jurassic Park kicks ass.
Shout out Steven. Yeah,
and I'm like, is that Steven Spielberg reference in The Shining? You know, that
just like talking himself.
The shots are so similar.
Similar.
Yeah. That's just something I noticed. Continue. Let's go on.
Who wants to take over to lead?
As I said, I got no notes. Steve.
Do you want to go with it?
So I said Danny seeks refuge in the kitchen in one of the trolleys underneath, and we cut to Wendy, who has now left the bathroom. She's now like descending kind of like the rooms to find out where Danny is, and then I just put in brackets here. Then I got a glimpse of 1920s furry porn because it's the
man pig.
It's the man, and like the guy is right. The guy is like in a onesie and his ass is hanging out, right? And I just thought he was lying on the bed, but then Wendy looks across and like some other guy in a formal tuxedo just like sits up and they both just stare at Wendy, and I'm like. What
did South Park, which takes place in Colorado in the mountains, the man bear pig, is that actually a reference to Kubrick's The Shining?
I mean, I wouldn't put past Matt Stone and Trey Parker they're
big movie fans. I mean, they do. Fans. They've done I think maybe they've definitely done one episode of Shining parody. Maybe they do. But
but the whole thing there is just I'm sure I think the book actually elaborates when I
do you want to deep it?
Yeah, I'm going to get you to elaborate on it because my takeaway was that there's just this is a mess. Back then this hotel was a messed up place. Hence why there's so many residual negative energy that kind of resides in it. It's just not a nice place to be, and that was probably one of the showcases of the debauchery that took place back then. Just guys in man bear pig outfits, and
every hotel bed you've ever slept in has been host to furry sex.
yeah, all through the generations.
Right. So this is probably the one scene in the entire movie I can't explain to people without telling them they have to read the book.
Okay.
Because out of context, Wendy walking around and seeing a bear giving a man a blowjob with his ass hanging out is very random.
This is also the first time that Wendy sees anything.
Yeah.
Yes, I was going to get to that as well.
Sorry, go on.
Not that I'm trying to cut you off.
No, I'm just saying things as they come to me, you know? Like,
so, in our book, the man that is on the bed getting head is called Horace Derwent.
Yeah.
Who is the actual owner of the Overlook Hotel.
Okay.
And
in real life?
in the 1920s, when it would have been whenever it was set, this man was who overall owned
the
hotel. Our bear man is Roger.
Okay, just
that's all Roger. You need. You don't need any context on Roger. He's just a bear man that gives blowjobs. Totally fine.
If you go down to the woods to
I think this is Kubrick trying to give Stephen King a little bit of a I like your book. I like it. It's so weirdly Stephen King.
Yeah.
It's like the child scene in It in the book. If anybody who's read the book knows what I'm talking about.
Oh God. Yeah.
It's that level where I think Kubrick added it in and like, okay, I get you wrote this and it's really weird. We'll put it in, and I respect your book. Here's your little weird scene that
your little nod. Yeah,
there's one for you.
It's your Stephen King. It's your Coke
for me.
scene.
This one's for you.
And like Seb's after mentioned, I think the only reason they even added this scene, other than to give for its plot purpose, is to give Wendy her first sign of Wendy's starting to fucking lose it. Jack's just tried to kill her.
Yeah,
she's starting to now lose her own sanity, and the hotel is like, now we can play with Wendy. We can give Wendy her own experience, her own fucking mess, her own visual representation of we have you now as well.
We nearly have all freedom now, you know.
So that is our little tidbit of the bear and the blowjob. A good name.
Bear and the blowjob. Yeah. I'm gonna copyright that just so no one else could steal our idea. Yeah, we know Kino.
That's Roger the blowjob bear.
Yeah, Roger the blowjob.
Merch coming soon, guys.
Everybody knows.
I'm never gonna look at Naughty Bear properly again.
I'm gonna play Trapolator and I'm gonna call myself Roger.
I actually beg, and don't even give context. Just call yourself Roger.
That's what we'll do. We'll do on Friday. We'll do that for a game.
That's so fucking funny. Right, we get past our weird little bear blowjob scene, and now we cut to Jack, who's after wandering outside into the snowstorm after turning on all of the lights turned outside to brighten it up.
He's chased. He found Danny in the kitchen, and he chased him outside.
Danny, like we'd said, he was in the
trolley thing. Yeah.
I like to see.
How does he coax Danny out of there again? I can't remember.
He just kind of goes.
Danny just gets out and runs, doesn't he?
Yeah, he could have just stayed in there.
Yeah, he probably could have. I even said when Danny got in there, I went, good hiding place.
Good hiding
place. But, you know, like, probably didn't know how close he was. It's scary. You know, just, I see survivors in Dead by Daylight run out in front of me all the time and not knowing what the fuck they're doing, you know, and I'm playing killer, so.
Yeah, fair. So he's chased him outside.
And he's decided that this is the best time to use the maze as his hiding spot.
Mm-hmm.
Which I
love how they established earlier that Danny has been through the maze.
Yeah, so Danny knows he is some. So he probably has something.
He knows, or he's got his shining to help him out, right? You know?
Yeah. And going back to obviously it's snowstorm outside, and remember what I said about like the maze being kind of like symbolic to Jack's mind, right? Mm-hmm. So now the maze is even more dangerous because the maze is.
The storm is thicker.
The storm is thicker. There's snow everywhere. It could be very easy to get lost in the maze now. And that for me was like, right, now this is Jack's mind and it's fully fractured now. So if to survive, like Danny will have to navigate this properly to like just to survive what Jack's mind has done, you know, to Jack. So Beckham.
Before we get into our giant chase scene in the maze, we have Wendy wandering around. She bumps into another ghost who's a balded man with a giant cut straight down his head.
Yeah.
And he just kind of goes, great party, isn't it? That's just a simple line. He's having fun. He's watching everybody chasing each other around. I think he's got like a little glass drink as well.
I thought that was Delbert. Is that not Delbert there?
No,
Is that
no,
not-
it's,
that's a different guy,
it's a whole different guy. Yeah. I like it. I think this is like fully just going, yeah, Wendy's lost now. Wendy is completely gone now. She's starting to see it. And when she walks into the next room, it's covered in dust and full to the neck of skeletons. There's skeletons laid out all over the room.
That wasn't in my version.
That's crazy.
That's not
another,
there.
yeah.
I saw on the Room 237 documentary, they mentioned this being like Scooby-Doo, being like a joke Kubrick is making to prepare you for how spooky things are going to get. And I was like, that wasn't in the version I saw. What is this?
Yeah.
So you missed, what have you missed then? 3 scenes?
I think it was 3 scenes. Yeah, 3 scenes.
And they're all fairly key scenes.
Because right
that
from
is
here,
pretty wild.
Know.
Like I've seen the scene since because I went back and watched it, and I was like, I don't think she needed this spooky, scary cobweb ghost Scooby-Doo esque
reveal.
I think that's more for us to kind of tell us the amount of people that have actually died here.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It definitely gets the audience ready for what is going to come. So I can see it from that perspective. But yeah, it's quite jarring. The movie flowed well without it.
Yeah, I know. I really do. Wendy, once she's met the guy in the hallway and he says his little line, I think she could walk.
It's also like I think the part at the beginning with the doctor. I think it's much more impactful when we find out. Oh, Jack did hurt Danny later on in the movie. You know, like he has done this before.
Yeah,
I think the doctor scene gives you the option to believe if it was an accident, though.
Or like he was drunk. Like, well, yeah, if it was an accident, or was it just?
I feel like it's just good because up until this point, you don't know that he would have ever hurt him. So even though, I missed out on some things, like does the Native American burial ground, does that impact? I don't know if these things impact too much, but
yeah,
it's. I don't know what version I watched. Maybe, you know. So who knows who edited this? But with Kubrick, it is good to have more because that's more to analyze. That's more to get into. So yeah.
Right. Wendy then leaves the skeleton room and she comes up to the elevator doors that we've seen only through Danny's visions now.
Yeah.
And the doors open up the exact same way. And the blood flows straight out of it. Shelley Duvall here looks fucking amazingly stunned as well. Like she freezes up entirely when that blood completely shocked by it. And it looks so fucking good.
Is that miniature work? How did he do that? Or is that like gallons and gallons of red liquid?
Actually, I
don't actually even remember.
I need to look up, like, was that done practically? Like, surely not.
I think it was, because there's a lot of movies that have come out recently, like It Chapter 2, that have always gone with that we've the most blood in any movie. And I think The Shining is always mentioned in that.
It's the most blood. Okay.
There's the one scene in it, not going to bury into it, is not it. It's not the most blood. Evil Dead remake did way more, so it was just a big hype tag. It was crazy.
Okay.
But The Shining's list is always there, so I'd imagine they did do it properly. They filled up an elevator and let floor, if that's up in the conversation. Like,
anyway, apparently that scene only took 3 shots, 3 takes. Holy shit. 3 takes.
That's the one that took 3.
That's the one that took 3.
That's the one Stanley was like, that is this point.
I guess because he's completely in control of what is happening, you know.
The elevator was a very dependable actor, you know, very good at following the script. So.
Technically, you can figure that out with maths. You can't do emotions with maths, I suppose.
No.
So,
Stanley Kubrick just yelling at the elevator to do it again.
Shelley's she's now psychotic. She's now, I keep calling her Shelley since we spoke about her. Wendy, the character, right?
She's breaking down,
Yeah.
And I think the hotel has thrown a lot more at Wendy than it did Jack as well. They're fast pacing Wendy now because they know Jack's out getting Danny.
You're right. Actually,
They're speedrunning, like, they're speedrunning this,
The whole movie they tease out, like they wait ages 237 and give him the naked lady. In the last 10 minutes of this movie, since she left she obviously would have cracked because she was getting attacked. You've got so much shit. The bear, the old man, the skeletons, the elevator, everything is getting thrown right at Wendy.
As this was happening, I was like, oh, okay, this is the best Silent Hill movie.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
You know, this is it right here. This is everything we love now is taken from these things, you know, like
Exactly.
from these movies. So
Right.
after the elevator, she's not covered in blood, so the blood doesn't reach her, or it is imaginary.
I think it's not real. I think it's just a visual thing to fuck with her. Yeah. We then cut to Danny running around in our beautifully shot maze in the snow. The lighting looks really, really cool.
So Jack has become the Minotaur.
Yeah. Oh, the Minotaur of the Maze. Yeah, is that an old Greek tale?
Yeah, I don't know much about Greek history, but you know, you've got your Minotaur being caught in the labyrinth, right?
The labyrinth, yeah.
That is what's happening with Jack. This is how they keep him in there. He's went into the maze. You know, growing up, I thought mazes were going to have mazes in quicksand were going to be a big impact in everyday life. But no.
Unfortunately not.
Yeah.
Luckily, actually, after seeing what happens to Jack here,
that camera work is
take
fantastic.
it away. The camera work's awesome.
It is. It's so fucking good.
It's like him, you know, we saw him earlier on when he's on the tricycle, you know, going through the hotel and then just following, just like speeding, like just moving as fast as he can, erratically kicking, like snow's kicking up into the camera lens and everything like that. And it just, you feel like he's running, he is literally running for his life. And then it'll cut between Jack and Danny, or Jack is just like a relentless, just he's there and he's the same motion. He's kind of like he's hunched over. He's got the axe in both hands and he's limping again. And he's calling out. He's just yelling after his son. And it's harrowing. But
the lighting is so good.
Yeah, like the lighting in the maze.
This is the darkest scene, I think.
Yeah,
apart from skeleton room. But the maze itself is well lit, and the camera is tracking behind him, and then it's cutting to Danny in front, and he's what it shows is that Jack is following Danny's footsteps. Because Danny's so far ahead of him.
Yeah,
and what we see here is that Danny, instead of just going forward, he goes back on himself and then covers his tracks once he gets out of the way. And that leads Jack forward past his tracks until he finds that the tracks have stopped. And Jack he's not in the right frame of mind to then go back on himself.
No.
He goes deeper into the maze. And this is really where they catch the monster, you know?
This entire chase scene brings back the line. So if anybody's been listening from the very beginning as well, when Wendy talks about trying to figure her way around, there's the breadcrumb trail, which sits with Danny as well. He realizes, I believe, breadcrumb trail for Jack to find. So he crouches down, cleans up the snow, dodges off onto a different path, and then we have Jack completely just lost.
Good job, Danny. Hero Danny.
Gamer move. I'm telling you, just so many gamers in this movie.
He took him on, and he's the one to defeat his father.
He was smart enough to retrace his steps. Like you said, Jack's too far gone. He's only got one thing in his mind. And then about the line when he says about just the whole hotel feels like a big maze. I would need to drop some breadcrumbs to find my way out, find my way around. And like that, you could say Danny uses his footsteps, his prior footsteps as breadcrumbs to get back out of the maze.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I like towards the end of the maze part as well, where Jack's starting to get cold, and when he's screaming out to Wendy, he doesn't sound normal. Voice is gone. He's completely like, "Where are you?" Gone. Yeah. It's completely gone. I think that's really, really cool.
That's a cool impression, but
I sounded like Stallone.
What's the name Stallone shouts?
Adrian. High performance starts to take hold. Danny makes it back to his mother. They manage to escape, with the vehicle. What was that called? Snowcat.
Yeah. They escape in Halloran's, the one that he brought.
Yeah. And is it just a sudden cut to morning? Or
it cuts to morning.
One of the goofier shots of the whole movie. Yeah. Frozen Jack with his eyes rolled back in his head.
Yeah.
Chilling in the cold.
Yeah, he's gone. He's frozen.
So yeah, Jack is frozen dead, stuck in the maze where he was lost in the maze. And yeah, like if you see the picture out of context, it's goofy.
Yeah,
it's actually really frightening. This is how mad he went.
Yeah, like and my note here is that is the first time we have seen Jack leave the hotel since he joined, and he went out, and that was like, for me, is like, right, the hotel, it couldn't really get him out there, couldn't really protect him out there, so he just succumbed to the elements. He had one thing in his mind, find Danny, kill Danny. He went out to the maze, left the safety of like the hotel where he probably could have been protected, because like I said, something evil resides within there. But yeah, he goes out and he succumbs. Yeah, he's frozen. He's a little statue in the middle of the maze.
And he's now part of the. That's not the very. Okay, all right. So we get to. Bex, take it away. This is your favorite movie. Let's go.
Our final scene of this fucking amazing adventure is that same 1920 song that we heard in the ballroom earlier, playing again. Get this long shot where the camera just slowly drifts down this like hall towards a door where there's a big wall of pictures.
We didn't even mention how throughout the entire movie we are constantly panning past pictures of the previous residents of the hotel. These black and white shots. As
we close into it, we see that the picture is of quite a few people. I'm going to say it's the 300 people that I mentioned earlier.
We're zooming into the picture of the ballroom shot. Mm-hmm. And it's full of people dressed all fancy, and we're going closer and closer. We're starting to make out the details of people's faces and who is in the shots.
Yep.
Mr. Jack Torrance, front and center, in a picture that is dated 1921.
Yeah, the July 4th.
And this movie is set in 1975.
Yep.
Which very clearly doesn't add up.
Doesn't make sense.
At all. Which is why everybody will have a massive different take on what this picture means, what the actual entire overarching story and plot of this is.
This is the giant baby in the sky in space in 2001 for me. This is the Kubrick leaving us with a final what the fuck.
Yeah, because while Jack is present in that picture, the gentleman that we are led to believe for so long, Delbert, is nowhere to be seen.
No, he's not there.
He's not there. So did he ever,
now we get to have this discussion.
Yeah.
My take on this, I kind of came to peace with what I found the movie to be about when I saw how Kubrick described the story.
Mm-hmm.
And I quote, evil reincarnation cycle.
Yeah.
That's what he said the story is about. It's this evil reincarnation cycle, which, I'm like, okay, that is good enough for me. That is Dark Souls. I love Dark Souls. That's, it's an evil reincarnation cycle.
My one question to throw to try and get the real, I guess your deep dives is, what way do you explain Jack being in both 1921 and 1975 as himself? You know what I mean? So he's exactly there as he was.
You've seen Steve. You've seen Ju-on Origins, right?
Yes.
The Grudge Origin series. Bex, have you seen it?
I've seen. I think so. I'm not very solid on it.
Yeah, it was on Netflix, and it deals with repeated trauma. It's, by the way, it's the most incredible horror TV series I've ever seen.
Go watch it.
Yeah, go watch it. And that also deals with overlapping and passing timelines and characters who are in the present of the series also appearing
in the past,
60 years in the past.
Yeah.
And it's very confusing as well. Just magic shenanigans. I don't know. Like, so he freezes there, and then he goes back in time, and that's where they take the picture there. If it's such a physical thing, because he is frozen in time in that moment when he's frozen in the maze, right?
He's frozen in the maze, and he's and in a snapshot, the picture is obviously a snapshot of a moment in time from the past.
Yeah.
He's present in both, and he's just preserved, almost kind of like consumed. I like the reincarnation theory. I like that someone existed in the past that looked like. I feel like there's a connection there between Charles Grady and Delbert.
Because of the Gradys, that makes me think that maybe the guy didn't look like him, but now he has just taken on the image of him. Because that's the same with the Gradys.
That's what I have always had. Mine is the image we actually get of Jack in 1975 on the wall is just tampered to be Jack.
If we'd seen the image before Jack arrived, it probably would have been a picture of Charles Grady.
Yeah.
And then Jack takes over as that character in the hotel.
He's part of that now. He's part of that cycle going forward.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm actually surprised we're not so far off of our endings here. Like, we're all kind of in the same bubble of it. It's not like one of us is completely off and in a different direction.
If you'd
the other two.
2018-year-old me, I would have been like, what the fuck is this stupid shit?
Yeah.
Guys, please leave a review before we continue, or leave a 5-star review or comment, and if you're watching on YouTube, or that would be great. Thanks for listening this far. Do you guys have anything more to say on the movie before we close up here? The rain is getting louder and louder.
I can hear it now. Yeah,
I thought it was kids for a little second. I thought it was like little kids running around. I guess I want to close on that. I will forever back this movie. I love talking to this like level with people. I don't get to talk this in depth about this movie to people ever. I kind of get the if I recommend horror movies, this isn't it. This is the one. If you get really into horror movies, this is where like I'll go, right, check this one out. I've really enjoyed sitting with two people that are able to like deep dive every little piece of this movie and just understand it instead of having to dumb it down to explain it to somebody and not get into it. Like, not to be rude to people that I have.
Yeah.
If anybody listens to this and we've watched it, I did dumb it down, but I did it out of not having to listen to 4 hours of me. Okay? But I really enjoyed this because it's like I've sat with two people that are like, you both had different opinions, you both had the same opinion, but at the end of it, all of everything I've had and listened to is after coming out, and the two you've been like, it's just so good to be able to just talk like this about a movie I love.
This podcast is going to stop us having our Jack Torrance moment because we actually have a way to get out our madness.
Exactly. We have something new movies to look forward to next week. That will completely take over the obsession that this week's movie has been. For me, anyway. It's like,
I'm so glad that we're doing a different movie each time, because I would have just got stuck. I would have got stuck in the loop, like the reincarnation cycle.
Exactly.
I like that we're doing it separately as well. Like, we're taking turns picking it. It's not like running through the Friday the 13th series or the Nightmare. We're picking separate movies every time. I think it's really cool.
Steve, what are we watching next week?
Trying to follow the lead of the Night of the Living Dead last week and The Shining this week. My movie, another kind of well-known horror-esque movie that stood the test of time, and I'm nestled right between both of your movies. This is a 1974. I hope I didn't get that wrong. I'm definitely not Googling it right now. But we are watching The Omen next week.
6 years between each one. Oh my God, The Omen. Okay, all right. Awesome. Cool. I can't wait to give that another watch.
Yeah, I've never seen it. And it's always been on my list. So I'm hoping. Oh no, I got it wrong. 1976. Are you serious?
Close.
So deflating.
Close.
Yeah, we're close.
Yeah. So go do your homework. Go watch The Omen. Like we'll go and do, and then come back and listen to the next episode. You can, as I said, like, comment, review. You can check us all out on our socials.
Yep.
They'll be in the screen, the link's description. I'm the spooky memes on Twitch and YouTube and TikTok. Bex, where are you?
Bex Feet and 7 on YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Twitch, you name it, you'll find me. Steve?
And Stevel Knievel on Twitter and YouTube and Twitch.
Guys, it's been fantastic. It's been amazing. This is a long episode. Thank you if you got this far.
Episode 2 in the books. We know Kino.
We know Kino.
If you made it this far, I'm so sorry.
Peace out, everybody.
Peace out. It's been good.